are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Yes, welcome to the Eastland Match of the Round, the Sunday edition out here at Seabeck Oval. Rowville versus Vermont, the first time we've been out to Seabeck in quite some time. The first time I've been here for a Match of the Round, and it is third versus fourth on the Premier Division ladder. Massive game this afternoon. And the Hawks, the reigning premiers, taking on their grand finalists of last year, Vermont, in a grand final replay for the second time we've been able to cover this game between the two sides, which we're really looking forward to. And it's going to be a massive afternoon. I'm Ryan Long, media manager with the Eastern Football Netball League, joined by Blake Tennant, Matt Spider-Lee, and Josh Ward. Blake, I'll start with you. It's great to have you back after yesterday's game out at East Ringwood Reserve. It was a pretty tight game, and the Roos ended up getting on top in that last term.
They did indeed. Yeah, good afternoon, listeners. Massive day for East Ringwood. They had celebrated their 1974 and 1984 premiership. It was a big day for the Roos, and I think now they're going to cement themselves as one of the teams to beat now, I reckon.
Oh, I think you're absolutely right there. And Matt Spider-Lee was also at the game and saw how it all unfolded. And incredible inaccuracy, 7 goals, 20 from East Ringwood. We thought they're just blowing all these chances. This might really come back to bite them. But at the end of the day, they were the much better side in the second half. Afternoon
to you, Ryan, and everyone listening and viewing this broadcast. Yeah, what a game yesterday. Fascinating watch. Game of two halves. Ball were in control, and then lost momentum in that third term when East Ringwood started to hit the scoreboard, like we discussed throughout the course of the day. And then once they got on top in that last term, with clearance and stoppage, and then getting those forward 50 entries, that really opened the game up for them. So they thoroughly deserve their win. Baldwin, their second consecutive loss, so they'll have to go back and do a little bit of work in the coming weeks to get themselves back on track. But East Ringwood are definitely in calculations and as a real contender. I think this last month of footy, 4 to 6 weeks, it's going to really shape up because we've got some real contenders right throughout the competition, and that's very evident with the 5 sides' performances across the weekend. So today will be no different with Vermont. They're a big chance, and Rowville will certainly want to improve their race. So it's a great standalone game for the club. So it's a great opportunity for the local community to get down here, and people that don't see local football regularly. So get down to Rowville here at Seabeck Oval. It's a wonderful setup.
Yep, certainly right. And of course, top game too, as yesterday was.
Yeah, 3v4. We talked about yesterday. Obviously, we were out at East Ringwood for 1v2, and Blackburn had a very important win in a 5v6 game, defeating South Croydon, jumping back into the top 5. They'll remain there at the end of the round. Whether or not Vermont make a bit of a gap and extend that margin on them, that's up for them today. We'll find out. And Josh Ward also joining us this afternoon. Josh, great to have your company as always.
Yeah, looking forward to this contest and to put the disappointment of Carlton losing to GWS behind me. I know you jumped on the bandwagon after
as Richmond's a long-time Giants supporter. I'm very thrilled with I thought that was one of the best club wins we've been a part of.
As Max Walker used to say, I'll fish shake at a lamb's tail.
Big sound for the rest of the town.
They were good, weren't they, the Giants last night, Josh?
Oh, only for the second and third quarters.
Well, Josh, I hope he's thrown his Richmond scarf away because he won't need that for a long time, will he?
Yeah, I reckon he'll probably burn it at this stage.
Hey. Tigers will be back next year. We'll play finals. We'll be everything will be fine. We'll have our full list back.
A lot of foundations are built on landfill.
It's going to be hard. It's going to be hard for Richmond to make finals.
It is a great day to be out here at Seabeck Oval. Heck of a time trying to find a park out here, that's for sure. But looking forward to this contest. Doesn't get any bigger than, well, it did get bigger yesterday, but for a game today, it doesn't get any bigger.
Josh, I told you, up behind the left-hand goal, there's a huge car park.
That's where I parked.
Huge car park. It's just all been nicely stones put down and everything.
Yep, I parked there, right?
I don't think my car would survive out there. Probably
my
tyres would
caravan survived 2 nights.
There is a charge because it is a gated community for Villa del Rey.
And obviously today it's a Sunday, so no other games. It's a standalone game, and what we're going to do is really use this hour as a bit of a Eastland weekend recovery style session, which we no podcast today, which we're going to use this for. So we're going to go around the grounds to all those games yesterday and speak a bit about them. We'll start at Premier. We'll start with the Doncaster East game out at Zerby's Reserve. 55-point winners the Lions, 18-12, 120 to 10-5, 65 Norwood. A big win there for Doncaster East. Michael Wen was fantastic. He was best Don in the ruck. Tim O'Brien kicked the 5 goals. Hay and Shalakis kicked 3 goals each. And hearing from Ryan James on their social media yesterday, looks like they had more injury concerns. I'm not sure what players came off, but had pretty much no bench by the end of the day. So Spider's been one of those seasons where they've had no luck on the injury front, and it's a good result either way just to be able to get a win, a big win, and they're not going to play finals this season, but it's a nice one for the club.
Well, I think it's the opportunity for them to, in the closing stages of the season, just to get some wins and build some respect back from what has been a really disappointing season. And they collectively know that. I mean, look at the start of the season, the expectations were so high. You get big-name players into your club like Tim O'Brien, who was once again at the top of his game yesterday with 5 goals, and it was a key component of what they set out to do this year. But unfortunately, he's had some injury problems throughout the course of the season. So Michael Wen also going up against the old team, so he would have been motivated to play well. He's done so on this occasion as well. So for them, they can still get some things out of the season. They're not going to play finals, but they really need to start looking and focusing and building for 2025 and what they really want to set out to achieve, both from a playing and a coaching perspective, because there are definitely holes in that team, and they need to really fill them pretty quickly.
I certainly think you are right. They're not going to be playing finals this year, but they're one of those sides that when they've got their full strength side on the park, they can shape the finals, potentially alongside a Noble Parker, whose form has been iffy, but could have gotten a bit of a momentum boost yesterday. But I certainly think both of them have the potential.
We're not going to want to play Doncaster East in the last month of the season. There's going to be some real challenges for some teams that are eyeing off final spots and wanting to secure double chances and also that 4th and 5th spot. So if you're playing Doncaster East, tread very carefully.
One thing that I think that they've got to take out of the situation they're in at the moment is the fact that they've strung 2 wins on end.
Correct.
That's a big thing for that club. So we'll go into next week. I don't know who they play, but they would go in be a bit of confidence. Even though you get depleted again with injuries and all that, if you get 2 wins on the trot, it just builds your confidence.
Yeah, well, they play Berwick next week.
Well, there's another opportunity for them.
Is that down at Edwin Flack, down the coast?
It is, down the coast.
Well, let's talk about Berwick and Noble Park yesterday. It was the Bulls' 61-point winners, 13-14, 92 to 4-7, 31 Berwick. And Berwick did not kick a goal in the first 3 quarters, Ray, and we saw the score. It was 83 to 4 at 3-quarter time. And Ray, you were pretty confident that the Wickers might be able to potentially cause an upset. That would be a very disappointing result for them, just purely on the margin to really have, I mean, I obviously haven't seen the footage of the game, but the first 3 quarters, it looks like it's almost no effort.
Yeah, the difference between the two sides for the first 3 quarters are like chalk and cheese. But look, when you get Cole Martin was back, I noticed he kicked 4 goals. And what the pleasing thing about Noble Park yesterday, irrespective of who they played, was the fact that they had a string of multiple goal kickers, and that's where the deficiency.
And that's been the big problem all season, Ray. They just haven't collectively been able to do that and really hit the scoreboard hard enough and big enough. So for them, it's a good step forward. They're not going to play finals either, but they really need to put some plans in place for the future, because that list really needs to grow and build as well.
Yeah, Oh, sorry.
Go, Josh.
I was about to say Bailey Lambert didn't get on the scoreboard. I think there was one game he kicked 8 against Norwood, and when he's come back to Noble Park, he's kicked 15 goals this season, so that's a massive positive for Noble.
Yeah, certainly right. South Croydon also played Blackburn in a very important game. 49-point winners, the Burners, 13-11-89 to South Croydon, 5-10-40. So a 49-point win there. Jason Reed was outstanding, was listed best on.
Yeah,
Jake
comprehensive.
Kicked, 4 goals himself. As for the Dogs, Sheridan kicked 3 and Matt George listed as their best player. But, Blake, that's very impressive from the Burners. It was a must-win game going into it. It was an 8-point game. If they had a loss, they would have been 2 games out of the 8. I know their percentage out of the 5, but I know their percentage is quite good, and that helped out certainly. But for their sake, just to be able to jump back in, and importantly for them, South Croydon lose one as well in the same game.
The big thing out of that game yesterday was the fact that, Spider, you alluded to your selection on Friday, saying that if this game was at Blackburn, you'd almost pick Blackburn. But the thing is, for Blackburn...
Well, I picked Blackburn anyway.
They've won away against a side that, let's face it, over the last 3 weeks, we're probably the form side in Premier Division, South Croydon.
That's fair to say.
Yeah, look, I've had the confidence in Blackburn, irrespective of their form that's been a little bit up and down, but I still believe that they're one of the most improved sides in the competition this year, and I think the midfield has been particularly good, and I think what's pleasing for them yesterday, once again, the forward-liners stood up, Hammond kicking some goals, Toby Waller also being really important, but I think when you look through some of the players for Blackburn that have really contributed to that win yesterday, guys like Oglethorpe, such a young player celebrating his 21st birthday, terrific future for him, guys like Lockie Bajaya playing some really consistent footy just over the last few weeks, hitting the scoreboard yesterday with 3 goals. They're really important players and barometers for them. Their defensive part of the ground with the intercepting, they've got that back into their game. Their outside run yesterday, from speaking to people last night, was really impressive. And their inside work yesterday really frustrated South Croydon because players like Reed really were. He's like a dog with a bone. He just went after Kilpatrick all day and really didn't let him get the creativity and the space that he really likes. So from that perspective, you've got to hand it to Blackburn the way that they went about that game yesterday. Anthony Fagan really did his homework, and I think they learnt the lessons from the Anzac Day game. Definitely. They hit the scoreboard.
But if you look at the ladder, though, it's pretty tight now, because if Vermont win today, they go even with Rowville, I think, with points-wise. But that's a massive win for Blackburn, just to level it up on the the scores and all that.
But now they've got to turn that, Blake, into big results at home. So next week, the big challenge is you're playing East Ringwood. They beat them at home last season, and they ended up getting that final spot. So now they've got to replicate a big, solid performance consecutive weeks, and that's going to be their big challenge. They're going to have 2 rucks to contest with. Hello are playing some really good football in the ruck. Lockie Harry hasn't been playing, so Blackburn will really have to do some serious homework with their method and the way that they want to transition the ball next week. So really big game for them to put this win in place next week and give themselves a real opportunity to play finals footy. They're not there yet, but they're well on the way, and if they do get there, who knows? They might be able to win a final and be very similar to what Doncaster East provided last season.
Yeah, that's right.
It's a big couple of weeks for the Burners, I reckon.
Absolutely. The match of the round yesterday was between East Ringwood and Baldwin. It was 1v2, and the Roos were outstanding in the second half, winning that game. 7 goals, 20-62 to 7-3, 45. 17-point winners in the end. Very inaccurate in the second half. It was just one of those very bizarre games, really, at the end. And the Roos were, I think, at three-quarter time, they were 3 goals, 14. They kicked 7 behinds to the 1 goal straight from Baldwin in that third term, Spider. And we thought, you know what, they've just wasted all their opportunities. Baldwin will kick a few and that'll be it. But they were able to get back on top in that final term and finally hit the scoreboard, and obviously still missed a few in that late stages of the game, but started to convert, and they are deserving winners in the end.
Well, they were, and that was the trend of the game. Like in the first half, Baldwin really dominated stoppage and clearances, and they were able to transition the ball from their defensive part of the ground, which they've been very good at through the course of this season. The guys like down back, Josh Walker playing very solid, being able to distribute the ball. Guys like Wise kicking down the line. Bowen Smith was very busy for 2/3 of the game. The Sticker boys playing some really good footy as well. So there was a lot of good contributions. Gob Leeson playing well, Glassborough. It's all these players that are coming into their, starting to make names for themselves at ball. But then on the other side of the coin, they then couldn't really move the football. So because the defence of East Ringwood was so good because of Delaney playing such a vital role, Tweedy was playing so well as well. So they really frustrated. They pushed the ball and forwards up the ground. Haley had to really work hard for his 3 goals. So that made things a lot tougher, and they just weren't able to move the ball as freely as what they were. So because the squeeze was on, and that's what they do, East Ringwood. They squeeze you up from the way that they defend. So and then they come back the other way through the inside of the ground, through the corridor, and give their forwards that chance. And they didn't capitalise on the scoreboard for those early parts of the game. But once they did get control of the inside part of the corridor and got clearance and stoppage working, East Ringwood, that was really when their method improved and they were able to hit the scoreboard, and consequently they were able to win the game. So it was a really good step forward for East Ringwood yesterday. They got that winner and turned the performance around from early in the year. And ball, they'll be a bit disappointed with the way that they finished the game, because it looked for me that they fatigued a little bit just in the back end of the game. And they did miss a guy like Alex Urban, who just another player that couldn't get their hands on the ball. Just felt like a couple of players there was a little bit more reliance on yesterday. And doing the votes yesterday, as we all know, it was extremely difficult. Even thinking about it on the drive home, like you could, we went for Kinsella, but you could have easily gone for Weatherall being the best player on the ground. You could have easily slot Preston into the votes. His last quarter was fantastic as well.
Well, he did get Rookie of the Day, did Riley Weatherall.
Yeah.
So,
and was East Ringwood's best player as well.
At 18 years old. So
well, that's how they awarded it. And sometimes when the best players go in on the website, it's not really a true reflection. It's because we've got to understand the roles and the responsibilities that coaches are giving their players. So when you see the best player, it doesn't mean they're necessarily the best player on the ground, because we judge it and adjudicate a little bit different, because we're seeing different impacts of the game and trends.
Thought Bernal was very good yesterday as well.
Yeah, I thought Trey Bernal, and there was certainly a lot of good other
he stood up
for East Ringwood.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and we are just about to be joined by Troy Diver from the Rowville Football Club, who's designed the NAIDOC jumper that Rowville will be wearing today. We're just going to wait a moment for Troy to jump on. Here he is now. And it's great to have his company today. Troy, fantastic to have you, and I believe you've got the jumper at the moment, and we've got the cameras, so we might bring the jumper over here for a second. That looks outstanding.
Spectacular.
Troy, thanks for joining us, and talk to us about the jumper and the design.
Yeah, well, on the front, we're basically down the centrepiece here in the middle is a traditional meeting place where Aboriginals all come together. These are roads and rivers that lead to this meeting place. So the meaning in this meeting place here is all these dots here are the players, and their meeting place is the footy oval out here. Yeah. So they come from everywhere, different suburbs, and come together in this meeting place to take battle on the field.
Absolutely. It's great to see the club taking the initiative and doing the jumper. We were out at East Ringwood yesterday, and they had their jumper as well, with Jamie Bennell doing a great job down there. And it's been something that's come into local football probably in the back of the last 3 or 4 years, and it's been really great to have that. A lot of clubs now jumping on this and getting involved.
Yeah, that's right. It's just educating and, just acknowledge the grounds that they play on, the land. And, you see in the big leagues, there's a lot of great Indigenous footballers. Yep. So, if we can get more involved, it'd be great.
What's the players and the supporters, method, and what's their perspective about how have they embraced this? And what's, on Thursday night when it's been unveiled, what were their initial thoughts? And are they really have the true understanding of what all this means to them? Because this is a part of their community and this represents them. They are representing this jumper here this afternoon.
Yeah, it was received really well. They were wrapped with the jumper. This is the first step in basically just getting educated, and the Rowville Footy Club will do a lot more in steps to bring this to the front, and hopefully the DFL will have an Indigenous round and follow the big mobs. I was just basically describing the meaning within this jumper for my mob and my mum's background, and relatives.
Yep,
to what they do on the ground, the footy.
Terrific.
Yeah.
Troy, you mentioned on Thursday night, I want to talk about the hawk up there. Hawk or eagle, is it? It has to be a hawk on a Rowville jump.
Yeah, it's a hawk.
I believe your daughter had a big input into that. Tell us about
Yeah.
what her thoughts on it all were.
Yeah, so when I first got asked by the club, yes, they
So
are.
have you mentioned this to them, and what are their thoughts on it?
Mum and Dad's up in Maffra, and Mum's really chuffed about it. She's pretty proud to see our mob's name up there, and so it was that was a no-brainer, that one. It was just showing a little bit of my history and the connection I got with Rowville is, my oldest daughter played a year here in the girls' system, and my two youngest daughters, they're in the Rowville Netball Club.
And I had a bit of background on you, mate. You had a few games of Richmond under-19s, and you played at Paran under Brian Taylor.
Yes.
BT, the two Blues.
The two Blues, yes. Yes.
Anyway, look, thanks for showing us a jumper. Absolutely magnificent, your work you've done. And as you say, Indigenous round, Nardok week, whatever you want to call it, is going to get bigger, with no doubt. And let's hope the EFNL do a huge round, right?
Absolutely. And Rowville has been one of the leading clubs, and we had last year, I think we had 8 clubs get involved and have a jumper, and you must be pretty proud to see Rowville leading the way as one of those clubs, starting the initiative and moving forward.
Yeah, extremely honoured and proud to see. I'll be proud to see the boys run out in it, and this is the first steps, and it'll get better.
We really appreciate your time today.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you for
Cheers.
you and your daughter doing the great design for the jumper, which all
worries.
sides today will be running out in. So it's fantastic to see.
Appreciate it.
Thanks,
lads.
Cheers.
Bye.
Thanks, Troy.
It is a absolutely fantastic jumper, and we saw the reserves players playing it just before, running around in the jumper, and it looks great. So if you want to find out a bit more about the jumper, on the screen at the moment from Troy Diver representing the jumper, what it does symbolise, and you can find that as well on the Facebook page. We'll share that on our page as well.
Just a great representation,
absolutely,
an illustration. It's a great story.
Yeah, certainly right. And
it's good learning as well.
It was. And Blake, we got to sit down with Jamie Bennell yesterday at half-time, and Josh was there as well, and hear from him. And lucky enough, I got to speak to Jamie as well last year and hear from him and what the round means to them and to the jumper itself. And it's just great to see more people getting involved, more people learning. I'm always still learning. Every year we learn a bit more, and it was great to have that opportunity yesterday.
It is. It's great to have those two. The opportunity to speak with those two as well, and it's great what East Ringwood are doing as well with a cultural session the last couple of weeks as well, and I'm sure more and more clubs over the next couple of years will continue to jump on board with the Indigenous jumper. It's only going to grow from here.
And the clubs have really got to drive it. That's the thing. So clubs have got to embrace it, but you've actually got to drive the initiative and the messaging and tell the real story.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And next week, South Croydon play Norwood as their annual NAIDOC round as well, which is always a big day for both clubs. That will be that's at Norwood this year at Mullen Reserve. So very excited to see that.
I think it was at South Croydon last year.
Yes, we were there with the smoking ceremony before the game at Cheon Park, and a really good one. So if you're around the grounds next week and want to have a look, I would highly recommend heading out to Mullen Reserve. Touching back on the Premier Division results from yesterday, we talked just before about East Ringwood Baldwin, and going into this game, the ladder now reads Baldwin on top, but equal now with East Ringwood with 10 wins and 2 losses each. Then 2 wins behind is Rowville, but they have a chance to just really firm their spot in third position with the double chance up for grabs at the end of the season. Blackburn now in 4th. Vermont 5th can jump Blackburn, and they won't jump Rowville on percentage even if they win today, but they can move into 4th position and go equal with Rowville, and that will really make things interesting coming into the next month of football. South Croydon in 6th, still same wins, just a lower percentage than Noble Park, Doncaster East, Berwick and Norwood. So even with Berwick's big loss yesterday, Ray, percentage-wise just ahead of Norwood. So I think we're leading up to that relegation battle round 18.
Yeah, well, hopefully we are, because I mean let's face it, that would be a great way to finish off the radio home and away season, is to have a relegation game. I don't think we've ever done that in my history in the media team.
What about Blake's history? Blake's been around for a while. Let's jump into Division 1 results. Yesterday, Mitcham defeated Bayswater 13-7-85 to 5-7-37. The Waters, Riley Nicholas listed as the Tigers' best player. Lucas Marrow kicked the 3 goals. As for Bayswater, no surprise to see Ben White listed as their best, as all single goal kickers for them, Blake.
He's been really solid, Ryan
Absolutely.
Nicholas. I think he had the job on Garthwaite last week.
Did a great job on Ryan last week.
I think it was 1 goal he only conceded on him.
Yeah, which was a hard one. That
it was a bad day to be a forward though last week, though.
Yeah, it was. And the mark that he took, he had to come back from 4 plays. Other than that, Riley did a fantastic job on him, and still a lot of players to come back into this side for the Tigers. 48-point winners yesterday. They put themselves back into third position now with Montrose lost. We'll touch on that in just a second. We'll go through some other results first. Murubaka, a very important win, 19 points, 12-7-79 to 9-6-60, Ray, against North Ringwood. And just to pump up my own tyres, I tipped Murubaka. Everyone else on the podcast tipped North Ringwood, Ray. Very good from me and good from Murubaka.
Look, Mirrabak, they're going fine, but I still think that the bridge too far away for them to play finals. Yeah, everything.
They've got to just keep winning.
All of the buttons have got to fall into the right place for them to play finals.
So they've got Bayswater next week, and then they've got South Belgrave.
And Montrose, then Wantirna South and Doncaster. I can see them winning 3 of those games. It pretty much comes down to how well Beaconsfield will be going, because I think they have a pretty similar run home. They've got Montrose at home park next week. That I say is winnable. Park Orchard. Winnable, yeah. Park Orchard's
I don't think they will win it, but I think they're a chance. And as you said, Ray, I think on Friday, they're just consistency-wise, they've won a couple now in a row, which is good, but they've got to now keep this going. And until they win 3 or 4 in a row on the trot, that's when we can start to really
Josh,
open up.
you said they come up Bayswater next week.
Yeah, I think that's...
Well, see, it depends what Bayswater side...
Well, Bayswater beat them early in the year.
They put some good performances in over the season, Bayswater.
They did, I thought they did beat the... They have put together some good performances, and I think they
Bayswater knocked them off.
I think Murubak won that one.
Oh, yeah, you're right. It was 10, it was 10 points, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was like 2 points, and then Murubak took 2 goals or something.
Yeah, sorry. It was a close game. So
and they have played some close games the last couple of years, like 2023, they had 2 games decided by a point. I'm sure Bayswater will get themselves up for this game.
Yeah, look, there's been some good steady progress from them in the last few weeks, but they need to maintain it. And the same players, Giorgio, Dobie, Austin Smith, playing some really good footy at the moment. So if that keeps the trend going, then they're going to give themselves a chance. But I think they might just fall a little bit short.
The percentage is what's going to hurt them. They're 43% behind Beaconsfield in 5th. So it's an extra game. They've got to win 1 more than Beaconsfield, or potentially Montrose if they're going to finish fifth, but I think Montrose are going to do enough to finish top 4.
Well, speaking of Davey, that was I think it's his second or senior game. He's been playing in the reserves lately, so I think that's a good steady step for Davey then.
Yeah, and he kicked 3 goals as well. He's his first game since they played Montrose. His first game since Moorpark played Montrose, and he's going to be crucial alongside Trent Giorgio in that forward line, just giving them another option.
Yeah, certainly right. Doncaster defeated Wantirna South yesterday, 12-8, 80 to 10-5, 65, 15-point winners there. It was 9th versus 10th. It was a big day for Doncaster, and Rambeldi kicked 7 goals for the Sharks and was very impressive. And they came from behind in the early stages of the game and ran out very big winners here, not by the margin, but just by the... Obviously, the importance of winning this, they now put themselves 2 games ahead of Wantirna South, Josh, and look pretty safe in this division.
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think Wantirna South have proven they can maybe claim a scalp, obviously defeating Bayswater, but it's just... I can't see them with Doncaster having that 2-game buffer alongside North Wingwood, who have percentage ahead of Doncaster and Wantirna South.
And the reality is, look, they've struggled throughout the course of the season. They've had a lot of turnover of players. They're developing some young players, bringing some players through. So for Wantirna South, if that is a step back down a division, I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing for their footy club. They've got to get ready for that so that they can bring some players in potentially to make them stronger, but also continue to get games into some of these young players for the years going forward, because it's not necessarily about this year or next year. It's about the 2, 3 years, 4 years after that, maintaining your list, continuing to develop your structure and bringing your junior players through your club. So I think for Wantirna South, yes, it might be all a bit doom and gloom at the moment from a win-loss perspective, but I think there's a little bit of positivity that might come in the not-too-distant future. They're having a lot more of a crack than what they were early in the season.
Yeah, and look, they've got a great coach now, Heffernan. I mean, this is his first season, you know, from coming in from another league. So let's just look at it at the fact that, you know, he's taken this season to see where the club's at. They will no doubt go out and recruit what they need, and they will be much better next season.
And the positive is he's given those under-19s, some of those younger players, a chance. Speaking with him during the week, they've played 9 under-19s throughout the course of the season, which is going to...
Yeah, and there's not many other clubs that have done that.
It'll be interesting to sort of have a look at that. And a big day for Doncaster as well. 300 games for Mugger. Ben Margonis, a fantastic, fantastic career so far. 300 games. A favourite son of the club. Been involved in a couple of premierships with Doncaster. Been in the team of the year at full back before. So a very loyal player, and great to see him being chaired off after a big win for the club.
And he's seen the highs and the lows of the club, and all credit to him for sticking with them as well, because, you know, over the last 2 or 3 seasons, you know, they've been pretty poor in their performances, but to have a player of his ilk to stick with them, and I hope he goes on next year, because he's good enough.
Yeah, hopefully, and be very important for those younger players coming through the ranks. Beaconsfield versus South Belgrave yesterday, 32-point winners. South Belgrave 9-11-65 to 4-9-33. That game was pretty tight in the first half, just 2 points in it before South Belgrave kept Beaconsfield to just 1 goal in the second half, and no surprise to see Garner and Smith hitting the scoreboard. Daniel Wine kicked a couple of goals himself. Liam Kidd listed as their best player. And Blake, besides the 2 games against Montrose, South Belgrave, their form this season's been as good as last year almost.
Can I just say, before on pre-game, me and Josh were on it, and they had Taylor Garner as the emergency. They've done this now for 2 weeks, South Belgrave. Their tricks aren't working now, I don't think so.
No,
Heath Blake must be taking the Ross Lyon approach.
But anyway, South Belgrave.
Well, Blake, have you ever thought of the possibility that they're only doing it to fool you? Maybe they're not doing it for any other reason, mate. You know, if they want to play games, they can play games.
Yeah, that's right. Having a look at the last game as well in Division 1, Montrose taking on Park Orchards. At the moment, Park Orchards 13-12-90 defeated Montrose 10-22-82. An 8-point win for the Sharks. A great win for them. Very inaccurate again. It was sort of the theme yesterday, Josh, of sides being inaccurate. And it was a great result there for the Sharks to get across the line. Macrocanis kicked the 4 goals for them. Brad Watson kicked 2 goals, and a long list of single goal kickers there. And I'll ask you, Blake, what happened with Ryan Garthwaite? Held goalless.
Yeah, well, I haven't been to the club yet or spoken to anyone after the game, but it was probably just if you look at the points, 10 goals, 22, I believe. So that's probably why Montrose probably lost. Bad kicking. Or whatever, what's that term?
Bad kicking is bad football.
There you go, that's the one. But yeah, I think another rough day. It's not happening for Montrose lately. Garthwaite's only kicked, I think.
But that's got to be a concern, Blake. I mean, let's be honest about it. I mean, a poor performance against Mitcham the week before. You go back home to play on your home ground. Big game, what on the line, in this consequence, and they're not getting the job done. They are teasing teams at the moment, and I think there's just that inability to hit the scoreboard when they really need to with some accuracy. But also, they are getting shown up through the midfield a little bit at times too, and I think there's a little bit of lack of pace through that team, and I think defensively might be a bit brittle at some stage. So I think there's a lot of work to do if Montrose are going to be a contender. I really think the Sharks are well placed for obviously you're going to sit on top of the ladder, but now the challenges are coming from teams like South Belgrave and Mitcham, I think. Yeah,
and the thing is that I also gather is that when we talked to Gary Ayres last week, he says, the luxury of having the more avenues to goal, it hasn't been. It hasn't been that way. Like, having a look, single goal kickers to, Bailey White, he's been a forward for a while. But
Daniel Chamberlain, did he hit the scoreboard?
Yeah, I think he kicked one here. It says on my thing here. Yep.
But they're not getting those multiple goal kickers, and they've got some good players. They need someone to kick 3, 4, 5 a game. Someone's got to take the game by the scruff of the neck, and at the moment, we're just not seeing them from Montrose, and that's a little bit of a concern.
It is a little bit of a concern, and but I think we've got to give more credit to Park Orchards, though. I feel like we just...
Well, they're clearly the best side this year.
But, what I gather is we're just, as media, we're like, they won and all that, but we need to give them a little bit more
we have been giving them credit. We've been giving them a lot of credit.
I think we should be giving them I think we've given them enough credit because, only one loss, and that was probably because of an errant first half or an errant game against Mitcham at Walker Park. It's just
they need a lot more. I think we put a lot more respect on them because
I think everyone respects them though, Blake. I
respect them.
Well, we respect them because we know what they're capable of doing. I mean, they were a very competitive team in Premier last year.
Yeah,
and very unlucky to go down.
In
some respects.
Yeah, 100%. And as you said, Spider, they are the side to beat at the moment. They're going to probably finish on top. They're still 2 games clear of South Belgrave in second, and looking at the next, what have we got, 5 weeks left, it'd be very hard not to finish on top from here. And that's going to give them a big chance of making a deep run at Tallmore Reserve in finals.
And they like the big open spaces. They're a very good team. They play the ground so well.
Yeah, well, I think we've got about 6 weeks due to the split round coming up too. So
5 rounds, 6 weeks. But they've got South Belgrave away from home, Beaconsfield at home, Bayswater, Doncaster, and then Mitcham at home. I think that their next test is trying to find a way to pass Mitcham after what was a pretty disappointing performance a couple of weeks ago against them.
Yeah, absolutely. They're having a look at the ladder. Park Orchard, South Belgrave, Mitcham, Montrose, Beaconsfield. That's your top 5. And then Mooroolbark, Bayswater, North Ringwood, Doncaster, Wanturna South. It'd be very hard for Wanturna South to get off the bottom of the ladder now.
The thing is, this is what I want to talk about here, right? And Spider, I'll ask you this question. Montrose played Beaconsfield. Do you see Montrose winning that one?
I think it all comes down to what selection integrity has with Beaconsfield, whether they get players back into that line. Now, if Beaconsfield are at full strength, I give Beaconsfield every chance. I mean, I haven't ridden Beaconsfield off in finishing in the top 3 yet. I think Mick Fogarty is a very smart operator. If he can get this chemistry of this team right, they can play a big part in this finals. I have more confidence at the moment in Beaconsfield than what I do in Montrose.
Yeah. So Montrose's next couple of games, right? So they've got Bayswater after Beaconsfield. And then after that, they've got Mooroolbark, and then Wanturna South, and I believe maybe, North Ringwood. So they've got the bottom 4 teams after Beaconsfield.
But the games that they should win, these are the games that they're teasing us and dropping unexpectedly.
Agreed, It's going to be a challenging one, but I see Montrose winning their last 4 games. That's just how I see it.
Well, they should.
They
should on paper.
They should, but due to the inconsistencies of them,
My worry is, Blake, is if they get to a final series, I think their best can beat anyone, but I think they're not consistent enough to put it together in 3 or 4 finals in a row. And if they're going to finish 4th or 5th, they're going to have to win 4 finals.
But the thing also is Michael Swab is expected back in a few more weeks.
Well, that's a big inclusion.
I think it's either the Bayswater game or the one after that. So
but they do lack significant pace. They've got some good midfielders, but I think across the ground, transition-wise, moving the ball, they don't move the ball fast enough with speed, and that is probably their undoing. They are a slow stoppage team.
Well, that's what they were moving the ball fast when we saw them earlier in the season against South Belgrave from the stoppage, pretty much. But
I think that's the most frustrating thing, probably for Gary Ayres, knowing that they're capable of winning the flag this year. Absolutely, because their best football is definitely worthy of a flag in Division 1, but it's just not shown every single week, and that's probably the one thing that they got to.
Their reserves team's going pretty well as well. So
but is there players pushing, Blake? Is there someone putting their hand up and going, "I want to play in the seniors"? We just don't see it. We don't have a player that we're recognising that's in the seconds for Montrose that comes in and automatically makes an impact. It just hasn't been happening.
So looking at the
Patrick Kuhn, he's one. I reckon he's one.
Hun. And then Darcy Laurie. He was playing seniors up until last week.
I'll give you Laurie, but I think the others, but we're not seeing it. There's a little bit of inconsistency.
I think there's probably about 5 players that have played senior football in this reserve side. So I can see the depths there, but again, it's just the consistency on all that with Montrose at the moment. It's not going well.
Yeah, no, we'll see how it all plays out. That's what. It's very interesting, Division 1. All 5 in that top 5, I think, are very, very good sides. I think Beacon would be the only one I would almost put a line through, just because I just don't know. They're too hard to judge because they've got players coming in and out every week. And as you said, Spider, the consistencies and having that solid lineup every single week is a big thing in local football. Ringwood versus Waverley Blues. We're jumping into Division 2 now. Ringwood, big winners here. 36-point defeating Waverley Blues. Kept into just 2 goals to the game. Very fascinating result. Jacob Bell was best on for Ringwood. Jeremy Broad kicked the 3 goals. Nathan McNamara listed as the Waverley Blues best player. And Blake, that was a surprise yesterday. They were being ravaged by injuries at the moment.
20.
Ringwood, 20 injuries.
20 injuries.
Been a lot of key players too. Key players. Experience. It's a very young lineup. They got a debutant in yesterday, which was fantastic. Kicked a goal. We saw that on the socials. Go check that out at Ringwood FNC Facebook and Instagram. So that was fantastic to see, and a big result for him. Much needed win as well.
And against a team that's going to be in that finals contention sort of thing too. So I think Waverley are second on the ladder now, that's a big win. Just because obviously with my connections at Ringwood, they did say 20 injuries. It hurt a lot. Seeing all those injuries. And to see them win, most importantly.
I thought you got banned from Jubilee, didn't you, this year?
No, I've still got connections down there. My dad played a lot of games down there, so I still see the regular folks down there.
You had them finishing 9th, didn't you?
8th. I put them 8th. So there you go. They did call me last night to let me know about my predictions, but it was good. It was a good win for Ringwood, and I'm proud to see them with the depth as well, because their reserve sides have been struggling this whole year too. So it's great. I reckon Brett Rowe will be a happy man.
And that puts them into the top 5 with Mulgrave. Obviously not having played a game this round, with it being the split round in Division 2, but it presents an opportunity for a side like Croydon to jump Waverley Blues next weekend when they play Templestowe, and it presents an opportunity. It's a big game now for Mulgrave against the Basin.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I think just with Waverley Blues, just a really disappointing effort. Like, they've undone some really hard work from the previous few weeks. They got back on track last week, beating Eastland, but it was their outside work yesterday. Talking to some people last night, once again, that just was where they faltered, and then on the inside, Ringwood really had played that surge game like they did a few weeks ago against Eastland. Late in the game, they were able to get their entries inside 50 and get some scoring, and just with that space, some of their players, like guys like Bell, etc., and to hit the scoreboard like they did yesterday, Brett Rowe would be very satisfied. But that's one that got away from Ringwood, and that might come back to bite them later in the year. But not to have a guy like Williamson up forward as well at this time of the year is a little bit of a concern. Yeah,
that's right. The other interesting result in Division 2 yesterday was the Lilydale versus Heathmont game, and Lilydale got the job done by 7 points.
Roughie.
You're roughie. You did get
was.
it's not a roughie.
2 weeks in a row.
Ringwood was my roughie too, actually.
No, I don't believe that. As Lilydale, we talked about inaccurate kicking at East Ringwood. Heathmont kicked 6 goals, 19-55 to Lilydale 10-2-62.
That's a lot more. That's a lot more scoring shots. So they've obviously
13 more scoring shots.
Done themselves a dirty, because if you're going to have that more scoring shots than the opposition, you should win the game.
Especially at half time when you're sitting at 2 goals 12, and that just must be demoralising going into half time knowing we weren't there, but it looks like they probably were in control of that game. They're in some good form coming into this match and just weren't able to make the most of it.
It just goes to show how tricky it is for new sides to navigate the Lilydale Sports Oval, because they wouldn't have played on a ground like the LSO Heathmont. Maybe the basin is small, but not as uniquely shaped as the LSO.
Players don't like going out there, do they?
It's Steelmy Road too, by the way, that ground.
Ryan, did either one of these sides wear the clash jumper?
I would imagine
it would have been
Heathmont,
because I know early in the season when they played Lilydale did,
That's right.
Can you imagine if they wore the orange strip? So
they probably would have either that, the orange and grey EFNL Clash jumper, which is one of my favourites. But a very good win from Lilydale. They are now 4 wins clear of the basin on the bottom of the ladder. Great to see them up and about this season, getting some results, some reward for their effort. And for Heathmont, that's a killer. They're 2 games still behind Ringwood and Mulgrave, and I hyped them up all week, didn't I? I thought this was the big story of the second half of the season. The Jets are going to make their way towards a final series after a real poor start, but unfortunately for their sake, they've got a lot of work to do now.
So there you go. That's the jumper they wore yesterday. Yeah. It's like a white with a...
So Heathmont do have a clash jumper themselves.
They do. I reckon I've seen the women's side wear that clash strip, actually.
It's a nice jumper there, the Jets. And then the final game in Division 2, 128 points, Boronia defeated East Burwood by 38-26, the Rams, 23-16, 154. They piled on the goals, particularly in that last quarter, kicked 50 points in that final term to really extend that margin. Josh Begley kicked 7, Ben Robertson kicked 7, Jaden Collins kicked 3. Josh Begley listed as their best player.
But what a luxury for Baroni with Ben Robertson in the team kicking some goals as well. When he's in the team, that makes their team so much stronger and better for my liking. When he wasn't playing earlier in the year, particularly that day that when they dropped that game to Croydon, that was a significant out for me.
He played in the twos that day.
He played in the twos that day, and we spoke
back in.
And we spoke to Matt Clark about that, and the presence of mind, how he had to work his way back into that lineup. And talking to Justin Witcher over the last couple of weeks, and listening to some messaging from last night, he said that was one of the most impressive performances from a team that he'd seen in a long time. And he said that it wasn't so much the effort of East, but it was just the cleanness and the polish, the way that they played Baronia yesterday to be able to, it was virtually faultless in all components of their game. And he said that's why they've been the dominating team that they have been over the last couple of seasons. And look, I was talking about East Burwood, the last time they played where they were just simply not competitive. Yesterday, they tried really hard, but the reality is they just weren't up to the standard of and in the class of what Baronia put out there, and obviously with the players that they put out on the ground. But a lot of work for East Burwood to do. But in saying what Baronia did, you got to give them the big tick, because they just go out there, they get the job done, they move on, and they'll have a break and get ready for the next few weeks.
Spider, the way you've been talking there about Baronia, you could have been talking about Donvale in Division 3 too. Those two sides, they're on so dominant.
Yeah.
They are.
Well, both sides, if they had gone up last year, I think would be playing finals in there.
I think this is the thing. I think Baronia, if they were in Division 1 this season, they would be very competitive. They would probably be in the top few teams.
I'm with you, because with the amount of talent, the amount of depth that Baronia got, they can certainly win it.
They could be. They'd be a top 5 side. That would be exciting.
This is the thing why Division 2 is so even. When you think about it, if you take Baronia out of the equation, let's hypothetically say Wantirna South come down, which is more than likely, right? Now, next season, it's very hard to pick straight away where there is a front runner. I mean, because from 2 right down to almost the bottom, there's not much between teams. Teams are beating teams throughout the course of the season.
Waverley Blues yesterday.
Exactly. So we are seeing it. So there's not much between it. It's about having your players available, fit, and also being competitive and doing it week after week and putting the performances on the board.
That's right, and it's a good point, Spider and Ray. If you, the big, I think everyone's going to think Baroni will make a grand final from here and probably win it. But the big story is who are they going to play? Because the Waverley Blues are sitting second, but their form has still been very flaky themselves. They've got a lot of outs. Croydon got back on the winners list last week, but they haven't been overly convincing. Ringwood have got massive injury problems. Templestowe are probably the one side I think are maybe the informed team that could potentially challenge them, but it's
there's no one.
Well, Ryan,
look,
you've got to go back to the old saying, buyer beware, because we spoke about South Belgrave this way last season. And, of course, comes to a grand final, they get knocked over. So, Baronia could get all the way to the grand final, and on that day, things might not just fall into place, and someone else will win the premiership.
You're right. It's not the NBA playoffs. You don't get 7 games to prove yourself. It's one game, and you lose one, you're done. So come finals
I think
time.
we've got to also say, since Robertson's come back into the team, he's kicked 28 goals in 7 games.
That's incredible.
That's
four a game.
Yeah, very impressive.
He's kicked 7, 3, 2, 3, 2, 6, 5.
It was a split round as well yesterday in Division 2, so a couple of games to be played next week, while those sides listed today will have the weekend off. Coldstream played Donvale in Division 3 yesterday, and despite leading in the early stages of that game, Donvale ran over the top and did what they do every week. 47-point winners, 16-11, 107. The Coldstream 9-6, 60. Blake, very impressive from Donvale. Having a look at the goal kickers, Matt Day kicked another 4, Nick Murphy kicked 3. They've just got so many options up forward. Darcy Fritsch was the only multiple goal scorer for Coldstream, Blake, and kicked the 4 goals. But I think that's probably maybe the difference between the two sides. You have a Donvale outfit who has 6 or 7 players who can have a bag.
It's pretty much like they're finding a lot of revenues per goals, Donvale. We all saw that a couple of weeks ago. But the days are just killing it at the moment. You still got Ethan Duncan, and I think he had a quiet day in the office. I think he only kicked 2 goals. And then I think Murphy, kicked 3. But having a look here, the days are just destroying at the moment. I know Nick didn't kick 1 yesterday, but they're just flying. And I think we heavily touched on it as well. If Donvale and Baroni were up there, they'll definitely be up there. And it's scary. It's scary.
I certainly think so. And they're still, I think, missing a couple of players. They're pretty much at full strength, but it's just like it's a ridiculous amount of scoring options they've got. With we saw Nick Day in the match of the round a couple of weeks ago kick, I think it was 3 or 4 goals. Matt kicked 7 that day. It's just they're able to pile on the goals and obviously their defence is also reasonably strong, but it's just that attack which is such a point of difference against some of the top sides.
Selection going to be really interesting how they go about that come finals time. So Kevin Collins has got a bit of thinking to do and to get that right combination together.
Definitely does. Out here at Seabeck Oval, 3/4 time in the reserves. Rowville 6-7-43 to Vermont 5-4-34, Blake.
And I believe, Josh, did the Trout brothers play at all?
The Tout brothers. The Tout brothers played in the reserves, so they've come across. Obviously Chris from Doncaster East and Tommy from Warrandyte. So you add those players into the lineup, and if Chris is at his best and Tommy's at his best, that just adds another dimension to an already strong lineup.
Jeez, it's going to be a very hard selection.
Yeah. It's same boat as Baroni. It's their flag to lose at this stage. Surrey Park, I think, are your best chance of causing an upset, and they got the win yesterday against Ferntree Gully by 58 points, 13-7-85 to 3-9-27. The Gully, having a look at the goal kickers, Ken and Summers kicked 4 goals. As for Ferntree Gully, all single goal kickers they're listed. Just the 3 goals for them. Impressive from Surrey Park. That puts them back into second position on the ladder, Josh.
Yeah, and I think Ferntree Gully, when they had some of the ascendancy, they were just failing to capitalise. I think it was 1 goal 8 they had at one stage, possibly in the second quarter. But that's exactly the type of response Surrey needed after a couple of off weeks. And they're going to get reinforcements in the next couple of weeks to come.
Yeah, it's always a chance you can be flat in those games too. So I think for credit to Surrey Park to be able to, when they're challenged early in the game, to really get the wheel moving and the momentum back, particularly in that kind of contest. I think it's a really good step forward and a response from what they were hoping for after last week.
Absolutely. Knox defeated Upper Ferntree Gully at 19-12, 126 to 2-14. 14 points for Upper Ferntree Gully. I can't get a read on them. Every time I think they're on the right track forward for a real... I mean, they should still play finals. I'm still tipping them as the best side of those few teams looking for that 5th spot on the ladder. But that's a very disappointing result from Upper Gully perspective. And for Knox, very impressive. Right.
Yeah, Knox have been impressive, and I've got a feeling about Knox. They'll get there, and I think they're one side that can shake up the final series as far as I'm concerned.
Well, they're dangerous, aren't they, Ray? Because they've got so many options up forward. I mean, reality is if they can get that forward line clicking and get that ball movement in nice and fast to those key forwards, a guy like Hanlon coming there into that lineup as another extra tall around the ball, that puts them in really good prospects for a finals campaign.
Yeah, definitely right. As we move on from that game, that's a big win for Knox. They're locked into the top 4 now. They'll play finals. Great achievement for them and Steve Buckle. Very happy to see that. Oakley District played Sylvan yesterday, and very important win for them. 4-goal winners, 16-12, 108 to 12-12, 84. They needed a win because they were out of form themselves. Blake Pearson kicked 7 goals, so of course he was listed best on, and he's probably just he's had enough. I'll do it myself. If no one else is going to do it, I'll kick the goals, and that's exactly what they've done. And Oakley back in the 5. Big win for them.
So I think they're at the crossroads, Oakley. Look, as we say, you can't rely on Blake Pearson to get you over the line every week. I think they've got to go out and recruit. They've come from the Southern Football League. They must have contacts down there. I just think that they've got to go and try and recruit, at least 3 good, 3 players that can fit into that side to help Blake Pearson out or get results when Blake Pearson's not playing.
Yeah, the depth is a bit of a question, I think, for them. And if they lose key players, it makes it really hard for them to be competitive. And then Pearson, he's such a quality player. Now, if he's not playing, where are those goals coming from? Where are those disposals coming from? So that's their challenge in the next few weeks. Can they do it consistently? We'll soon find out. I'm not sure they're going to. I think they're very borderline still to play finals.
Yeah, I'm with. I think Upper Ferntree Gully, despite that result yesterday, have been the more consistent team, and I know their form's been flaky at times, but we've seen a bit more from Upper Ferntree Gully. That'll be a big game when those two meet for the second time this season. Upper Gully got a hold of them earlier on. Fair Park got their 3rd win in a row, 15-9-99, defeated Warrandyte 7-7-49. Yesterday, 50-point winners. That game was pretty much over by quarter time. They kicked 6 goals to 2 and were 40 points up at half time and just managed to hold on to that lead for the rest of the afternoon. Jay Rankin kicked 5 goals. Jesse Pearce kicked the 4. Mason Byrne listed best on. He's had a fantastic season, Ray. Continually getting better for them. And a good win for the club. They're 3 in a row, and now having a look at the ladder, that puts them up to 7th. 4 wins for them. Having a look at the ladder, Donvale, Surrey Park, Coldstream, Knox, Oakley District. That's your top 5 at the moment. Upper Ferntree Gully, Fair Park, Ferntree Gully, Sylvan, Warrandyte. Blake, having a look, the top 3 have been locked in for a while.
Yep.
I think you can add Knox to the mix now. I think Knox are going to definitely play finals. They're 2 games clear of Oakley, who are in 5th. Between Oakley and Upper Ferntree Gully, that's where your last spot is at.
I'm just going to I'll ask the question to you two guys. Who can you see making finals?
I asked you the question. You answer first.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go Oakley. I reckon they're going to make it.
I agree. I don't think that 5 will change from what it is today.
I think Upper for me.
I just can't trust Upper Gully. Their performances have been pretty average. If you look at their last 3 weeks, you've got to.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
They're 3 losses in a row now, and then their game against Fair Park night game wasn't overly convincing. So 4 out of the 5, you're right, they've lost. But Oakley's form has been pretty poor as well.
Yeah.
I wouldn't rate Oakley's last month.
They've also had that experience from last year. So I think I could trust Oakley more than I can over Upper Gully. What do you guys reckon, boys?
Look, I think it's going to be very line ball. I think that when that Oakley District's Upper Ferntree Gully game plays, I think that's the elimination final. I think the winner of that game will play finals, and I'm probably slightly leaning towards Oakley, but they've still got a lot of work to do, as we just discussed in the last conversation.
Yeah, we'll certainly see how that all plays out. There'll be probably the one spot that will be interesting to see with the top 4 pretty much locked in. Chirnside Park yesterday, we're moving on to Division 4, defeated Croydon North M-Lock 13-12-90 to 11-11-77, 13-point winners there, Chirnside Park. A very close game. Ficker really kicked the 3 goals for Chirnside, but great effort from Croydon North. We don't have the quarter-by-quarter scores, but they continue to get better every single week, and they're going to knock off one of those top 4 sides soon. I can feel it coming. Thank you, Josh. He's handing out the team sheets. He's doing everything. Ran off to my car to get them out because I left
all-rounder. The all-rounder.
Absolutely right. To Whitehorse defeated Nuttawading yesterday, 12-25-97. Again, very inaccurate to 8-4-52. Nuttawading 45-point winners.
0.
It was only 2 points.
0.
Nuttawading were in front at 3/4 time.
Yeah, look, as I've mentioned, they've been really impressive. They've been competitive for a lot of their games, and they'd be disappointed with the fade out in the last quarter, Nuttawading, but Whitehorse were always possible to come over the top and win that game. Probably just in the end, a little bit of strength down forward, one out for the Pioneers. But the Lions, they can hold their heads high. They've done some really good things this year, as have North Croydon as well. So we've got teams that are improving constantly in that division. We just need them to win a few more games in the back end of the year. But both teams have really showed some really good signs. And I think in particular, I think Nuttawading have been a real steady improver this season.
Yeah, no, I'm 100% with you. I think the only side that's dropped off is Forest Hill, who that result yesterday, 0 goals 4 to 19 goals 29, 143, 139-point winners, the Cougars there. Goodison kicked the 6 goals, O'Neill kicked 3, and for Forest Hill, obviously no goal scorers, but Vanderwert was listed as their best player on the ground, and very much
it's
training drill.
It's disappointing, because I think you maybe touched on as well with the 19s of Forest Hill. They won the premiership last year.
Yeah.
So, and it's just disappointing.
But you need senior experience, Blake. And when you haven't got great senior experience, you can have all the senior experience you want, but if you haven't got great players and great leaders, it makes it really difficult to blend in and to really pull in the same direction. And I think at the moment, Forest will just really need to sit down and work out what are they doing right from a playing perspective and a coaching perspective, and what do they really need to go out and do in the off-season to attract the right players to their club, to get some depth into the club, but to get some key experience, and that's where they faltered. I mean, clearly by the scoreline yesterday, not to kick a goal, it's demoralising, and it's a hard sell going forward when you're trying to recruit players for the future prospects of your club. So it's really hard going forward, because once you're down that end, you have that losing mentality. You only got to look at what Nuttawading have gone through and what North Croydon. They're only coming out of that phase now. It's not good when you're going into a phase like that, because it's very hard to get the motivation and the inspiration, and also get people to really want to be around the club. I know you've got to hold your heads high, and you've got to weather the storm, but for some people, it's not as simple as that. So they've got to try and stick together as best they can and play the season out, but they really need to do some hard yards, both on the track and also behind the scenes as well, to put their club in good stead for the years going forward.
Spider, can you remember a senior side in the Eastern Football League not scoring a goal? I can't.
Last year, didn't they?
Look, Nuttawading did go through periods of time where they weren't scoring, and even Surrey Park went through a period of time. So back in that division, we've had teams, poor teams, not kick goals, but to kick 4 behinds yesterday on your home ground. I think that is when the alarm bells ring for me, and that and then there might be circumstances behind that, unavailability, injury, sure, but we understand that. But I think what the big problem is more widespread than that for their footy club. They've really got to work out what they want to do, what they stand for, and what the future direction of the club is.
Yeah, because you go back not that long ago, they played in a grand final. They ran South Belgrave to extra time.
And they've been winning reserve premierships as well. So they had depth.
Their 19s won the premiership
last year.
Yeah.
So what has happened in that club fundamentally, from a culture perspective, why players have departed that club and don't want to be around there anymore? They've really got to rebuild and assess what they want to do.
I think Spider, what I gather is I think they like their old coach more than the new coach. That's how I get it with the club.
That might be there for a week or so. But once a new coach comes in, whether they got to go to his game plan, and that's it.
How
You still
I
got to
don't
play
think
for the
that's
coach,
right,
no
mate.
matter
You don't think it's
what
right?
the
No.
circumstances.
No, you're
are.
making excuses. I don't agree totally.
This is more
Okay.
widespread. This has all got a collective thing about buying in as a club and as a player, and the whole club buying in to a certain purpose and trying to push forward. And at the moment, they haven't done that because they used to do that for such a long time, and they were very competitive. They've lost that competitive edge about them.
Okay.
Division 4 ladder. Churnside Park now on top. A game clear. Obviously, Scoresby had the bye yesterday. They played one game more than everyone else. Scoresby, Kilsyth, Whitehorse, all tied on the same amount of wins, 8 wins each. And Croydon North, Emlock, Nuttawading, Forest Hill on the bottom, and all three of those sides have won the 2 games. Very interesting that, obviously, Churnside Park have played 1 extra game. So that top 4 is basically dead even. Everyone sort of won the same amount of games, Josh, and it's a really exciting division where there's no front runner, is there, Blake?
No, there isn't. I want to ask you and the team, what's your grand final in this division? What's your grand final?
I think we answered it on pre-game yesterday.
I still stand with Scoresby and Kilsyth.
Okay.
I go the other way. I go Whitehorse, and who cares about the other one?
You're
Whitehorse
all-
are going to win it.
You're very bully.
Good old Andrew Haining gets his second premiership.
I
Had to be a mantra.
I see
No,
how.
probably Scoresby will play Whitehorse. I think.
I said a month ago that it was Scoresby Whitehorse. I'll stick with it, but I think Churnside Park are they're just tracking along nicely after that win against Scoresby last week. So it's going to be that prelim will be very interesting because there'll be 2 really good sides going at it. The whole final 4, the whole final series. There's no real. There's no favourite, is there?
Who has the bye in the last round?
Churnside Park.
Because see that
I think that hurts.
That can be good or it can be bad.
I
It
think that's
depends
bad
how
for
they
them.
handle that.
I think it is bad for them because I feel like they're starting to slowly build some form.
And Josh, particularly if they finish top 2, get the double chance, win that first final, you're not playing a lot of footy in that time off.
That's going to hurt a lot. We've seen it hurt South Belgrave. Obviously, Baronia, it didn't hurt too much, but it could come back to bite them.
But if you ever look at their last 2 games before their bye, they've got Nuttawading and then they've got Forest Hill. So I think that could be, maybe a confidence booster.
But I think you'd rather.
I think you'd rather go.
As
a coach, I would rather go into a final series having played 2 hard games
You
and
want
2
hard
easy
edge,
games.
hard edge games. Yep.
Yeah, so it'd be.
It could happen like what it was last year. I think they won about 7 games in a row, and then they lost in their first final. The Scoresby by 3 points.
Yeah, that's right.
It could happen again. I don't want it to happen again. You don't want that, but
I certainly think so.
You're losing your voice, Blake.
Yeah, a little bit.
Do you need a strepsil?
Nah, I don't need a strepsil. I'm all good.
Where were you last night?
Richmond.
Okay.
Watching
late night.
No, I wasn't late actually. Got home at 12. So
Okay.
that's not late.
No, that's early, particularly for you. But out here at reserves, Rowville 9-9-63, leading Vermont 5-4-34. 11.5 minutes played in that final term.
In that game, Ryan, 5 minutes ago, they were only 4 points in front, Rowville. They've kicked 3 goals.
Yeah, it was very close at 3/4 time.
Yep.
And Ben Wise did say it at the start, I think the first game we had him, that he wants his reserves to
play finals.
Play finals and hopefully go far in finals because that didn't happen last year. It happened the year before though. But Ben Wise wants Rowville to be where the seniors were last year.
Well, they're certainly in a good position. The reserves,
they're a very competitive reserves competition in Premier this year.
Because I think Blackburn, Vermont, and East Ringwood, they're both only separated by half a game. Rowville just trailing them. So I certainly think this Rowville side can play finals. And you look at it, there's the likes of Matthew Evans, who I think was part of the senior premiership and has played a couple of senior games this year. There's a couple of those senior players playing in this reserves lineup, and it's going to hold them in good stead for
fighting for spots. It's all about selection integrity.
Yep.
Certainly right. We've got a couple more minutes before we go to a ad break or a break here on the Facebook and YouTube streams before we bring in the call team. But we've got a few minutes to talk about anything you want, Blake.
I've got to say this. Yesterday when we were at East Ringwood, we had I still can't remember this guy's name from East Ringwood, but I just want to say the Cobram Estate Burger yesterday was unreal. So I just want to give. I don't want to give.
They do some great burgers.
The burger here,
grilled chicken one there, outstanding.
Yeah, that
the
was
burger
good.
here is pretty decent.
The one up there, Coles Hill Burgers, they were top
here at
notch
Seaback.
too. So terrific burgers. It's going to be hard to pick which one's my best, but I'll save that to the last round of the home and away season.
Are you going to give the burger out here and at East Ringwood 8 out of 5?
No, I'm going to give that one around 9, I reckon.
Have you fixed your ranking system? Because that was a bit of an issue.
Yeah, I'll fix that up. But last game of the year, I'll pick out my burger of the year.
Burger of the year.
Burger of the year.
So who are the contenders at the moment? Your top
runners?
3?
I think I can't go past East Ringwoods from yesterday. That's probably the top runner. Rowville's was very nice. I enjoyed that one as well. As Ray said, best in the business. I kind of agree there. It was very good.
Tenant medal.
Did you manage to? Did you get out to Park Orchard?
No, I didn't like that one. Sorry.
Yeah, no, I was going to say Ray's going to kill us, but I didn't exactly agree with it too well over there. Not our Ray. Ray at.
But I'm going to Beaconsfield next
Ray
week.
Bahaji.
Yeah. Look, it just wasn't what it used to be a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
It was all right. It's not bad. It's not the best burger I've had.
It was edible. There was some I've had that aren't.
But the thing is, I'm off to Beaconsfield to do the running for the 19. So I might duck out, have a burger, and then we'll come
They're
down
pretty
here.
good burgers.
Tenant's taste test. Gavin Dacey alluded to the TTT. Hey, if you've just joined us on Facebook and YouTube, we haven't been talking rubbish for an hour and 10 minutes. If you want to go back, you can listen to the full show and hear from everyone on the panel about the games yesterday afternoon. And before we go to an ad break, if you've just joined us as well, we did have the NAIDOC jumper in the van, which is a great chance to have a look at if you go back on YouTube. The jumper that the Rowville Football Club are wearing at the moment in the reserves. This up on the screen at the moment, the design, the story, and the jumper. Fantastic there from Troy Diver and his daughter who designed the jumper and looks magnificent. It looks better in person. So if you're down at the Seabeck today, you can see the players running out, or you're watching on YouTube. That's what they're wearing today, Ray.
Yeah, and that's to a cheerio to Besto and Wayne Brescia, who are both crook at the moment and can't be with us. A Vermont game without Wayne Brescia sitting beside
It's odd,
you.
isn't it?
I just don't feel comfortable.
It's
the Baird Brescia Cup.
Yeah,
it's very odd.
It's not the Brescia Baird, it's the Baird Brescia Cup.
Exactly right, Blake. At least it's taken you 11 rounds to get one thing right.
Ray, I'll be...
Maybe one more mention too, Jaron Beadland.
Yeah, Jared over Germany.
He's over in Paris.
He was saying he was watching our game yesterday in the middle of the Euro Cup.
Yeah. Speaking of the Euros, England got up, and I think
he's been waiting for weeks to talk about this.
Was the score 0-0?
I think Spain got up. So Spain and the Netherlands will play in the semi-final, and then England will play the winner out of tonight's game. So I'm loving it. I've seen the crowds and everything. That they're just loving it over there.
Wasn't it great with Wimbledon? They stopped the play just because the crowd started roaring.
Yeah.
and you know what? In the Euro Cup, they still haven't scored any more goals than East Ringwood did yesterday.
Yes, but it's great. So if you guys got nothing else to do, I know it's at ridiculous timing, so like 5 o'clock or 2 o'clock.
Not for me, mate. I'm not a soccer man.
I know you do your gym classes at 5 o'clock.
No, that's true. I'm up early.
There you go. You're an early.
Go for our runs if I'm not at gym.
Yeah, then you can tune in on Off the Sport if you want to do that and watch the
free play.
That's too early. I think we'll wait and see.
It's great. It's great. And the crowds get up for it. It's ridiculous seeing how many people are getting so overwhelmed for this Euros thing.
Let's get overwhelmed about a big game of footy coming up in the next 10 to 15 minutes.
That's right. We're going to go to an ad break in just a minute. Spider, it's been fantastic for you to join us again for the second day in a row and talking all things EFNL around the grounds yesterday.
I really enjoyed the weekend's footy and we're really looking forward to this afternoon's clash. I think it's going to be an absolutely brilliant game and lots of anticipation and very hard to pick a winner, I must say, but... I'm really looking forward to the contest.
Let's put that to the test. Your tip and your margin for this game between Rowville and Vermont.
I'm actually leaning slightly towards Vermont just from the point of view, I think their side is well settled. I think that they can get the score on the board with their forward line. I think their defensive part of their game has really improved over the last few weeks, and their midfield work's been a lot better. Rowville, big challenge to win at home. They've lost a few games at home against quality opposition this year, so really need to straighten up in front of goal. Lockie Wine back in the team. Obviously, he's a big in from VFL duties at North Melbourne, been playing sensationally well. And they're just got, if they can get first use out of the middle, be physical and transition the ball and get that fast play going like they did last time the two teams met, and they'll certainly be a good chance to win the game. But just have a bit of a feeling about Vermont. I think they're building something over the next few weeks.
Thank you, Spider. We're going to go to a break here before we bring in the full call team, led by Gav Casey, back in the side this week for the Eastland match of the round between Rowville and Vermont. It is a Sunday special.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet: pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Sunday special out here at Seabeck Oval. We've got 3rd versus 4th out here in Premier Division. Rowville up against Vermont, the second grand final rematch of season 2024 between the Eagles and the Hawks out here. In what is a packed Seabeck Oval, and it's sure going to be a very entertaining contest between the 2 grand finalists from last year. Thank you for tuning in, whether that be on Facebook or YouTube. I'm Josh Wood. Joining me in the commentator's chair, it's great to have this man back, Gavin Casey. Welcome to you, mate.
Thanks, Josh. It's great to be here, and what a great game to come to the Eastern Footy League. And I'll just correct you, because if we're talking live ladder, it's now 3rd versus 5th.
True.
And if Vermont can win, they'll go to 4th percentage probably, because Rowville's percentage is so great.
Yeah.
But it just means there's a lot playing, double chance sort of positioning. leading into the run home. That's so there's a lot to play for.
Yeah, there's a fair bit on the line. We'll be joined by Ray Baird on special comments shortly, and Ryan Long also on special comments. Blake Tennant and Chris Curtis will be down on ground level, but it's certainly going to be an entertaining contest between these two sides. Rowville with some serious reinforcement back into the lineup, as I've been forced to take off my GWS scarf, but it's certainly going to be an interesting game between Rowville and Vermont, as it was on grand final day. Vermont in some really good form, back-to-back big wins against Blackburn and Baldwin. That Baldwin win in particular was the biggest one, just given it inflicted the Tigers' first loss of the season, and now they come out here to Seabeck Oval, their third test in as many weeks ago.
Yeah, it was they've such a great rivalry over the years as well, now building up. Rowville, well and truly a powerhouse of the top division, and Vermont, classically, if you put it that way, always a powerhouse, and they position themselves beautifully. Always, they expect a preliminary final at their worst year. Yeah. So, it's... but leading into this game, they're probably evenly matched. The conditions are perfect. There's no excuses. There's no rain. And even the cold is sort of... I think it's a beautiful day in comparison to what we've faced.
Well, I tell you what, it's a lot warmer here at Seabeck than what it was at East Ringwood yesterday.
Yeah, it was absolutely freezing.
And BWS was complaining about the glare of the sun when we started, but he was shivering. I could hear his teeth chattering by 5 o'clock.
Well, luckily we're in the van today, and it's a much sunnier day compared to yesterday. It might cool down just a little bit towards the end of the contest, because it certainly did. And I was about to say we're right near the Dandenongs, but we're not as close as, say, East Ringwood or maybe a Ferntree Gully to the Dandenongs. But it's sure going to be a really good contest. But I'm sure you're looking forward to seeing Rowville in action and wearing their Indigenous jumper as well, Ray?
Yeah, I am really looking forward to this game. Every time that Rowville play Vermont, and particularly down here at Seabeck, we've had some great games down here, radio games and non-radio games, but there's been some really great tight contests down here between these two sides, and I predict today won't be any different. Now, all in all, it's going to be a great game, a good crowd building, the only game on this afternoon, so standalone game, so it's, as we say, 3 playing 4, so a lot to play for, Josh.
There certainly is a lot to play for, and if you're around the area or if you're not doing much today, or obviously you can tune into this game, but be sure to, if you're not doing too much, get on down here to Seabeck Oval. There is barely an empty car spot. Obviously you've got the car park out the back, and you've got plenty of surrounds where you can park, but no, it's brewing to be a nice crowd, and it has been since the under-19s started. Just driving past here during the later stages of the under-19s, it was a pretty packed crowd. As you can see on your screen, Rowville are now out onto the park, and we'll be taking a photo with their Indigenous jumper. We don't have too many number changes, thankfully. Cal Verrill wearing the number 0, and Will Verrill wearing the number 6 now. Yep. So the Verrill brothers wearing different numbers compared to previous games, but they've got some massive ins, Rowville. Curtis Flakemore, Tom Lockman, and Lockie Wine coming in, the biggest of those inclusions, having had a good season in the VFL levels.
Yeah, like we've always said, when you get your VFL players back, it just makes it that little bit stronger. And it's great to have Lockie Wine back. I mean, over the last 2 weeks, okay, Rowville's played the 2 bottom sides and nothing against them, but there was a couple of under-19s. You're splattered to have a couple of games of senior football, but as soon as your VFL players are available, they've got to come straight back.
Oh, 100%. And players like Curtis Flakemore, whenever they come available, you got to bring them into the lineup, as Vermont are now out onto Seabeck Oval as well. We'll cross down to Blake Tennant shortly. In fact, we'll cross down to him now. He hasn't got Chris Curtis alongside him just yet. But welcome once again, Blake. I'm sure you're eager to be back on the boundary for what is a massive contest.
Yes, it is. And, looking at the live ladder, as you can tell, the Vermont are 5th place, I think it is. So it's going to be a massive clash. 2 good grand final rematch, so 2 quality teams in Premier. It's going to be a really tough game for both teams, and it'll be really big for the winner, I reckon.
And Blake, you're down here in sunny Rowville, mate. Where's your sun hat? You're going to have a sunburned bloody nose by the end of the day.
Well, I've never seen this when I've been to Rowville. It's always been raining and windy. This is great. This is summer.
You take off the jacket then.
Which is why too.
It's a little bit cold down here, so
we-
a little bit, not too much, but it's
See, Rowville, the Rowville club knows that it's the club of rain because for sale up there lined up along the thing there, I know it's just all umbrellas. It's all Rowville umbrellas.
That's right.
It's like your only merchandise, umbrellas.
But boys, do you want my tip?
We'll get your tip now.
I'm going to go Rowville by 15 points.
Thank you there to Blake, Whispers, Two Mics, or Tonsils, whatever you want to call them, Tennant. We'll cross down to him throughout the contest. Thanks to Tobin Brothers. Ray, we'll get your tip before the toss begins, and it looks...
I'm similar to Blake. I'm going for exactly the same. I had it written down here. Rowville by 15 points.
Yeah, I've had a hard time tipping this contest just because of Vermont's form, but I think the inclusions of Wine, Flakemore and Lockman just sway me in the direction of the Hawks. I'm tipping them by 10 points. I think those big boys will certainly help out because it is a perfect day if you're a tall forward, if you're a ruckman to take a chest mark or take plenty of marks and kick a big bag as well.
And Josh, I know that you're our VFL correspondent here on the but I was very happy to hear on Thursday night that Mitchell Shucks just got a contract with Box Hill.
It's great to see. He was on Box Hill's list for a couple of seasons there, but obviously he's missed the first bit of the season due to injury, and he's come back in, had a bit of an impact, and it's great to see him rewarded by Box Hill.
He suffers from arthritis in the back, which is very strange for a young person, but they're managing it at the moment. And the Chirac family, I mean, there's two now playing for Rowville. There's another younger one, which we saw in the interleague games a few months ago there, and I tell you what, he looks the best of the whole three of them.
Yeah, I was about to say he's got the flowing mullet, unlike his brothers Tyson and Mitch. Mitch, obviously with the shaved head, but it's exciting for Rowville that they have the Schruck brothers, and with Baxter coming through, Listerfield at the moment, I think he'll come through Rowville, I'm sure eventually. It's certainly exciting times for Hawks fans. Gav Casey, your tip for this game?
I was going to make a joke about being a lot closer than Ray and Blake, so I was going to tip it for 14 points, but then you went 10. I actually think Rowville will get up in a home game in a close one. It could go down to the last kick. That's just how I feel about it. I'm really torn. But I do think Rowville, with home ground advantage, will just get over the line.
I'll say one thing, Gavin. I'm a Rowville person, as you know. Rowville have got to be at the top of their game to win this today. Take nothing away. They've got to be at their top of the game because I've said all year, Josh, and you've probably heard me. Up until now, they've only, in my opinion, they've only the third best team in Premier up until now. Baldwin and East Ringwood are ahead of them. So they've got to start performing.
Who's better on their day? What do you think? Who's better on their day?
What, out of these two?
Out of these two.
I think Rowville's best is better than Vermont's best.
Yeah, I certainly think so.
And where's that in? Is it in the midfield battle, or is it...
Well, yeah, their midfield, you look at the strength of their midfield, guys like the Cole Cloud, both Cole Clouds go through there. You've got, Anthony Brolick, you've got McDonald. There's just 5 or 6 real-class midfielders in there.
There's so much depth in that midfield. And
Bedry as well.
As Josh said, you add Flakemore to the centre-half forward and Wine to the full forward line. that really strengthens them up.
We'll cross down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
I'm just following in what you just said. And if you add those VFL players in for Rowville's team, they're a very dangerous side. That's just my opinion on it. If you get those VFL players every week... they're a very completely different side if you bring those VFL players. Same as what we saw with East Ringwood. If you bring in those two VFL players every week, they're a completely different side.
They certainly are, as most sides are, but particularly Rowville. And East Ringwood's media manager Ryan Long joins us now with a thick shake in his hand, or something. I'm not 100% sure, but sure you're eager for this contest.
Either way, you can't find which mock.
Yeah, I've been switching on the wrong one. It's a nice mocker, Josh. Quite nice here from Seabeck. Looking forward to getting stuck into this one, and I'll have to grab one of those burgers as well. It's highly rated. But thanks for bringing us in, and it's great to be out here for the first time in a long time. Gav, I don't know if you've just spoken about it, but have you called games from here out at Seabeck?
Yes.
Been a
while?
Back in
the
day.
grandstand on the top
Right.
there, maybe.
We're back before this new grandstand was built.
Yeah, on the...
but also from the van. We did from the old van.
From the old van, yes.
Boundary boys.
Go down boundary side to Blake Tennant.
I don't know if this has been mentioned, but James Ross is in the track pants at the moment. So I think he's a laid out, boys.
That's a big out.
Well, I saw number 1 in the training gear, so we'll just get a number
I'll follow that
check
with
on
you.
that as well.
Cheers, Blake, as we're just about to get started out here at Seabeck Oval. Rowville kicking to the right of your screen, Vermont kicking to the left. It'll be Gav Casey to get us underway in the big Premier Division clash between the Hawks and the Eagles.
Looking forward to this one as the Rucks go at it. Ground level ball shark by the Eagles, so they'll get it out. First possession to Hawkins, long bomb inside 50. It's a 1v1. Late spoils come in, so the Hawks just holding up the first entry to the Eagles. And they try to get it out wide. Johns gets onto it, kick around the corner. He's rushed as he's kicked, but the celebrations for the beautiful goal, luck and skill all at once. And from the pocket, it's a goal straight out of the middle.
I reckon that was Adrian Kalkowski. It was Adrian Kalkowski. And, well, the start to the game he had against Rowville earlier in the season, it was he got red carded in the early stages.
Very costly. So that's he's already making up for it.
It's boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, so James Ross is out, boys. So he's still in the water, and Lachlan Ruffkin as well, wearing the number 20 today, boys. So that's the team changes.
Thank you to Blake Tennant there. The Eagles getting off to the fast start though. Shawmakers took it out of ruck. Handball to Brolick. Handball to McDonald, who's got plenty of space ahead of him. Goes to short kick, but was smothered. Getting it on the boot was Lachlan Stapleton. It's to the left. It bounces at right angles. Zarnett has the composure to get the handball away. The kick to Durayo was a dodgy one, but he weaves his way out of trouble from Mitch Schruck. Goes down the line. His kick was a grubber. Shawmakers cutting it off. It's Will Verrill in the pack there and getting the high free kick there. The Eastern Rangers listed player wheels onto his left and goes inside 50 in the direction of Wine. It just overcooked him. Taylor at the back. And it's seen out of bounds by Tyson Holmes. So we'll have a boundary throw in deep inside to Rowville's attacking territory.
As we expected, fast and furious for the first 5 minutes of this game.
Yeah, the quick kicks out of the tackles have caught me out already once. So apologies on that one. But it's a great first effort by Vermont. This is Rowville's first opportunity to get a score on the board from the boundary throw in next to the point post. No clear winner out of that contest, and we a ball up about 25 metres from the Hawks' goal.
Jumpers looking fantastic as well, the Rowville side.
They look good, don't they?
Absolutely.
So Wine doing a bit of ruck duties in the forward line. Ball comes out even wider, but no clear kick won by the Hawks, and knocking it over the line is Arnott. And he'll just happily concede the 50-50, will be a ball in. So the score reads, Vermont got the first goal on the board, 2.5 minutes gone in this contest. They lead by that goal. As they try to hold up in defence. Wind v. Rossiter. Oh no, Rossiter was further away. He wasn't going to the ruck. So it's going to be the Hawks trying to share it around. They go backwards in the endeavours to go forward. The quick kick inside the forward line goes over the head of Wind, and it just struggles its way out of bounds, and it'll be a ball in around from the point post.
That was Matty Davey who was in and under and did all that hard work to get that ball out of that stoppage.
They're certainly looking for Wind in these early stages as well. He's got Jane Pay for company. That's a massive job there for the young Vermont defender. Ball toss back into play. Pay won that tap down. It's Johns pushing his way out of trouble from Lachlan Stapleton. Handball was an errand one though. Rowville rebound and go inside 50. A good spoil there from Calvin Durayo. Doesn't go out of bounds. Johns in the middle of that pack. Got a handball away somehow. It might fall out to Lucas Vassis. Quick handball to Tyson Himes. And Vermont are out here. They've got a couple of one-on-ones. But winning there was Will Verrill, who's had a couple of good moments. Has Verrill in the early stages. He's got Mitch Schruck calling for it on this broadcast side. Decides to go backwards with a dangerous kick. It still found its target. And they'll go back to Verrill. Fell short of him. In fact, that was Braden LaPlanche. And he was being held without it. So a free kick going in the direction of the Casey Demons listed defender. Been a terrific...
LaPlanche.
Been a terrific inclusion. LaPlanche into this Rowville defence as he launches down the line in the direction of Curtis Flakemore. Went over the top of him and his opponent. Arnott out the back, managed to get a handball away. He's been under plenty of pressure early on. Maverick Taylor sees it out of bounds for boundary throwing inside. Rowville's attacking forward.
So I know, Ray, you go first quarter with the pronunciation correction, but the last time I was at Rowville, you waited to the fourth quarter.
well, you were doing all right. It's just you changed them halfway through.
Cold cloth, I think, wasn't it?
Yes.
Cold cloth instead of cold cloud.
Cold cloud will be today.
Yeah.
So it's again Rowville trying to go inside 50, but it's been chopped off by Dixon. Dixon for Vermont goes out wide, but it's a one-on-one contest with the Rover. In good position was perhaps a Hawk, but the two that contested the mark go at it again and close to the boundary line, and it's a boundary throw in. Nice work there by Thiessen, and Verrill, Callum Verrill. Well, 0 is a number, and it's on his back.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it?
So it's now a boundary throw in, and Rovers go at it. It'll be a ball up, as Vassus was the tackle. So he wrapped up Schruck, and it'll be another ball up. Knocked forward by Brolick. He couldn't get too much advantage. Here's Johns getting it out of the middle. We'll see a lot of him today. He goes long to the centre forward. Looks like the numbers are with the Hawks. A ground level ball for the quick hand pass has not yet been picked up. Now it's been sharked by Fitzpatrick. Quick kick, and he found a man all on his own, some 30 metres out. And that turnover ball at centre-half back has meant that Thiessen, again, is on the end of it and takes a good mark with unintended.
He's been in good form, Zach Thiessen, as well, in the last couple of weeks, and certainly proving a handy target in that forward line, Gav.
Yeah, I just think he lost his opponent, and there might have been a rush going for Rowville, but they just went too early in the hand pass, didn't hit a target. Turnover ball found its way to the forward. And they always know when to be by themselves, the crafty forwards. Thiessen from 35 metres out. Not much of an angle. You'd back him from here. And he puts it over the goal umpire's hat for the second for Vermont. The Eagles off to a fast start. 2 straight goals, leading by 12. 6 minutes in.
It's a key point, Josh, and it's a good one to bring up because we talked about the start of the season. That was their issue. They weren't scoring much. They didn't have too many options, and we're relying too much on Kelkowski. And he's been one of those options that have stood up, particularly in the last month of football, and certainly helped out the side.
And we also mentioned yesterday too, Ryan, when you have the ball locked inside your forward 50 for a few minutes, as Rowville did, you've got to score.
Yeah, you've got to take the most of every opportunity.
I reckon that's 2 or 3 inside 50s for Vermont, and they've scored on 2 occasions as Schoenmaker's got the tap down. Nashwood was trying to run onto it, but doesn't. Instead, it's now Matthew Traynor, got a handball out to his teammate. The kick there was smothered off Matthew Martini, who applies the tackle. Bodies colliding on the far side, centre wing, and we'll have a ball up. 7 minutes gone in this first quarter in the Eastland match of the round. Sunday special out here at Seabeck Oval. Vermont leading 2 straight 12. Rowville yet to score as Schoenmaker's got the tap down. Johns nearly ran onto it. Instead, it's Stapleton. Got a handball away to Martini. Got it to McDonald. Quick handball. Was a dangerous one, and the ball will be wrapped up. Have a ball up once again. True centre wing, far side out here at Seabeck Oval. Good defensive pressure from Vermont as Schoenmakers. The tap down. The kick was smothered by Lucas Vassus, who just chucked it on the boot, and it goes out of bounds on the full. And it'll be a Rowville free kick here. And it looks like it's going to Braden LePanche. I'll get that right eventually.
No, you won't. He's itching. He's itching.
Yeah, Ray will make sure of that.
As he goes backwards, finds a teammate, and now he goes further backwards to the goal square, and it's in Rowville's defence in the hands of Will Verrill. His short kick was flirting with danger, but still found the hands of Jackson McDonald, calling for some leads. He'll be forced to go short on this broadcast side. Not 15, says the umpire. His teammate did really well eventually. No holding the ball. Nielsen pounces. He might pick up this loose ball. He doesn't. Vermont applying some strong pressure. It's Nielsen alongside Barker, and we'll get a forward 50 stoppage for the Eagles.
Up until this point, Vermont have been very good in closing the ball carrier for Rowville right down.
His own player didn't do too bad in that instance either.
Good
ran
forward
in front
pressure
of him.
by Vermont. Spencer ran onto the ball, but smartly didn't take possession. He just tapped it in front of himself. The tackler didn't know, and then held him back, and the umpires had to give the free kick to the Vermont player, Josh Spencer. So we're waiting for the ball to come back. It's centre forward. He's going to be kicking from the arc. What's the arc here, Ray?
So 45.
45 metres, so it's going to take a good kick. But Spencer, can he push this lead out to 18 points? And it seems to be coming from great forward pressure. So Adam Parker will be very happy with his forward so far. This is a pulled kick by the left footer, and it's missed everything from just outside the 45. So no additional score. Still at 9.5 minutes gone in this first term. It's Vermont, the visitors, leading 2 straight 12. Rowville yet to score.
Callum Verrill has the ball.
He's gone the right back pocket for Rowville, I should say. His kick found a target. That was Jonty Duffy. Quickly handballed it away to Maverick Taylor. Got past a couple. Handball inboard to Stapleton, who just chucks it on the boot. Looking for a target inside 50. Wind was there, but doing really well was Joe Fisher. There's a handy inclusion to this Vermont defence.
Certainly right. And Wind as well, Ray, having him back, it probably eases a bit of pressure off for someone like a Mav Taylor, who's been fantastic in recent weeks.
And also Shoremakers, because Wind does all the ruck work on the forward line.
As Lockman got the tap down, Cole Clow off the jive variety and Duffy around this, corralling it out of bounds. And another forward 50 stoppage for the Hawks, who will look to get on the scoreboard immediately. Have had most of the territory in these early stages of the Eastland match of the day. As it's Wine got the tap down. Nearly spinning his way out of trouble was Davey, but he'll be pinged. Against some really good pressure from Vermont, and it's Adrian Kalkowski. Had a pretty decent start. Plays on immediately. They're already on true centre wing, far side. Nielsen with the defensive spoils. Sees it out of bounds. And we'll have a boundary throw in.
Good work by Nielsen. He never got to the marking contest, but he got there just in time for a punch. So that's really his work, just holding the ball in, but creating a contest more than just marks for the Burleigh forward, as it's now ball in, and again it goes under the feet of all players in that contest, and it'll be a ball up out of wing here at Seaback Oval. Rowville will look to get a score on the board soon. They trail by 2 straight goals. They've had a few forward entries already, and it's going to be another ball up. The ruckmen, they're not endeavouring to clear that sort of congestion. I don't think they want to take a risk early stage. There's a punch out of the contest, so making a lie of me. Here's Hawks on the rush. Long ball goes over the top of Wind. Good battle there, won by the defender in Wilcox, and he helps his defence clear through his timely punch. The kick didn't favour Wind there. He just had to duck back in the contest.
It wasn't the best
So it's
delivery.
A boundary throw in, as Vermont have probably held up in defence beautifully. Every marking contest they've spoiled.
Having Fisher down back again is just so important for that defensive structure.
Rucks a go around it. Hawkins, he sort of wrestled his opponent out of the way. He didn't take hold forever because he was worried he might be holding the ball. Anyway, cleared to Vassis in the centre, and he can't break free of 2 tacklers, and it'll be ball up in the centre of Seaback Oval, as Hawkins will go at it again. Good strength in the contest, but his tap went to the other ruckman, and he was called for holding the ball as he dropped it as soon as tackled. And it's going to be a nice kick for Leon to get it out wide. And now they're off to the races. Vermont, long ball, 1-on-1. Nielsen in good position. He just comes and knocks it down. Ground level. Spencer couldn't take it with him. And it's the defence of Rowville doing quite nicely, and it's an over-the-shoulder free kick, I think, and Rowville will clear.
Looks like it's Will Verrill, probably been one of Rowville's best in the early stages. Goes short to his captain, Anthony Brolick, and receives the handball from the captain. Goes down the line and turns it over. Calvin Duraro right in front of us. Goes the inboard kick, and it'll pay off. Adrian Kalkowski working high up the ground. Short chipping ball just went over the top of Johns, and it might invite Rowville to move forward. Matt Davey just shrugged off Johns. Goes down the line looking in the direction there of Matt Martini, who can't keep it in.
I thought he was a bit casual, not going for that mark then. You know, he sort of just, his last 3 or 4 places, he was almost walking, whereas if he had a little bit of effort, I think he might have got that.
Certainly right there, Ray, as we'll have this ball thrown back into play around 40 metres out from the Rowville goal. They need a goal soon. By 13.5 minutes in this first quarter, they trailed 2 straight 12 Vermont to Rowville, yet to score. Trying to bustle his way through there was Leon. John's got the clearing kick and holding the ball.
Yeah.
It is a free kick.
Yeah, he took him on that second tackle and got caught.
I was thinking Lachlan McDonald might be getting the free kick, but it's instead Tom Lockman who does. Handballs it immediately to Schruck. Inside 50 in the direction of Wind. Read it really well.
Yeah, absolutely right. And it wasn't the best delivery again to him, but doubled back and made sure to be able to take a very impressive mark under a lot of pressure.
You don't often see forwards backpedaling to
Yes,
take marks.
yeah, that's right.
And he's done it about twice, or tried to.
But he read it well, didn't he, Ray? He's just very smart.
Yeah. But even Lockman giving that hand pass off to Schruck, Lockman didn't see the Vermont player coming in on the Schruck either.
Yeah,
so
that's
put
true.
Schruck under a bit of pressure.
Standing still as well.
Yeah.
And a couple of iffy decisions from Rowville in these early stages, but they still might get on the scoreboard as Wine, the North Melbourne VFL listed player, does get them on the board. Straight through the middle. And Rowville 1 straight 6, trail Vermont 2 straight 12, just about to tick into the 15-minute mark of this first quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Ray, and they needed that one as well. They've been pushing for probably most of the quarter and they've done most of the attacking, but finally they get some reward for their effort.
Yeah, all in all, they would have had more inside forward 50s at this stage of the quarter, so they had to get a goal. You did right, but the back six of Vermont, though,
holding up nicely.
They're holding up really good, really well.
So it'll be an interesting ruck contest with Thiessen going into the middle. Just a bit of a chop out. Might be a bit shorter than his opposite number.
Yeah, Lockman.
Lockman, who gets the leap, and he's all over him. And the tap is beautifully tapped down to advantage. And here goes Rowville, long ball in the goal square, goes all the way over the Wine's head and out on the full from the kick. But I'm still marvelling at the ruck contest.
They got it on me.
The way McDonald come out of that clearance, that was Dusty Barton.
Yeah, it was. He got up.
Chopped off kick by his Davey. He wanted to play on quick and he fell over trying to do it, so he just pops a kick into the pocket. Now it gets out of Rowville. They're sharing it very close to the line. They'll run into congestion. The roadblocks there for Vermont and they hold up. Too many hand passes.
Same old story. One hand pass too many. That's right.
Yeah.
Sets them up.
I think when you're 15 out, you can have a quick pop kick and it might go straight through. So maybe they should have rolled the dice, even in congestion. And Vermont clear, only temporarily chopped off again, and this time it's Wood.
Wood's been a great goal kicker for Rowville this season.
Yeah, he has, hasn't he?
Yeah.
So Wood from Rowville. Has he got the legs for 45 plus?
Oh, you put it right on the line, I would say.
Well,
but
he needs to get over it.
I'd like to just see a little bit of movement, though, with that forward line. Don't you, because he's gone back, don't expect that he's going to try and bomb it in there. Give him another option.
If he's not going to get the journey, it'd be nice just to put it at the top of the goal square. But he looks very deliberate. Now he gets a bit of momentum going. He pulls it. It's short. It's 5 metres short. The spoil should come in, but it doesn't. And it's a mark to Rowville as they had all their forwards looking at the ball, then the defenders couldn't get it, and I think that's Wind again.
Right. Josh, that just proves how dangerous Wind is. In marking in that pack there, there's half a dozen players gone for that ball.
He's got a great ability to stand his ground and bravery, not to worry about who's coming over the top. And he hooks around in the pocket, and he hooks it beautifully for a goal. Wind's got his second in a few minutes, and it's an even game now here at Seaback Oval. 2 goals apiece, Rowville 12 and Vermont 12, 17 minutes gone.
Ray had a similar game the last time against Vermont where he kicked 4 goals in the first half and was on top, and again he looks very dangerous and looks like it could be in for that sort of afternoon.
Yeah, no, that's dead right.
And the last time we saw them as well, he got off to a really hot start against Doncaster East. He's certainly on the money. He is the North Melbourne VFL listed player, the former Box Hill Hawk, coming back down to Rowville this weekend and proving a very handy inclusion after a good couple of weeks at the VFL level. Back up in the middle we go. Lockman with the tap down. Brolick handled it away. Couldn't find Schruck though. And Vermont will turn it over. Himes got it off to Thiessen, looking in the direction of Nielsen, who's at the back of this pack. It might fall out the back now. It does. Getting the dribble away is Josh Spencer. Calder is around this, but they see it over the line to Rowville. Vermont lead, but just by 1 point, 2-1-13, 2 straight 12 Rowville. 18 minutes gone first quarter.
Yeah. McDonald will kick it in.
Yep. So again, Lockman towering over, wins the tap, but and then he ducks back and he wants to play behind the play a bit. The short pass finds Rowville some. Just chop out from the kick out, and it's LaPlanche.
Thank you, Gav.
LaPlanche kicks it long. Brolick standing all on his own. How does a pack of 10 only contain one man at the ball? But Brolick, what a smart player he is, champion for Rowville. Short kick, pops it up. Nice kick to Schoenmakers. It's tempo footy now. Now Brolick wants to go quick. Long ball's a floater. It doesn't suit anyone trying to mark it. The defender there spills it in Dixon, but you can't blame him. And that was a finger breaker, that mongrel punt. And it's hit the ground and be a ball up 40 metres from Rowville's goals. So Rowville just starting to get some momentum out of the contest. Tap one, but ground level ball won by Vermont. It beats everyone, the tumbling ball. So it's a very courageous effort there. And run into the ground. It's a dangerous tackle. And Spencer was taken down.
Yellow card.
Well,
probably to Davey.
He rolled him in the tackle, and then the ground was there.
The tackle was okay. It was
the tackle was okay. That's right. And the trouble was the umpire who played it was at the back of the tackle. He couldn't see what was happening in the front.
Yeah.
Well, Spencer's okay. That's a good thing. If the tackle spilled mark from the defence trying to switch, can it be turned over by the Hawks? Not able to yet capitalise, but here they are. Ground level ball, swinging hand pass in there as they now trying to go out wide. Short pass in, spears it into Spencer, who's going to have a take two and a switch potentially in the back pocket. And this time it is marked Wilcox. He spilled it before. Turnover ball, not costly for Vermont. So he's got a short in Arnott in the middle, and he does go there. It's beautifully hit up. Now the switch is on. Doreo, halfback, broadcast side. He's played on with the man on the mark, corralling him in Colclough. And there's the speared ball. It didn't get to Arnott. He wasn't even looking. And it's going to be Rowville with the mark 20 metres out. What have Vermont been doing in the last minute?
Jonty Duffy there, chipped in, took the intercept mark. Kick it the heck out of it, out of defence. You don't
Duffy,
muck around with that.
I don't think he could believe his luck. He's just stood there with the mark and gone, why have I got it?
Actually, if you had the sound on, he was yelling out, kick it to me, kick it to me.
So Duffy, who was really just trying to play a corralling effort, takes the mark 30 metres out, puts it through, and Rowville now in front, 3 straight 18, leading by 5 points. Vermont 2-1-13, and the Vermont defence has tied themselves in knots.
And just on Jonty Duffy, he missed a heck of a lot of football the season before last, and last season he missed most of the season. Come back in towards the end. I don't think he played in the premiership side, but he's been a very valuable player this season.
Yeah, certainly right. And just starting to capitalise on a few mistakes now from Vermont. So well and truly back on top after a quick start from the Eagles.
They certainly are. Their delivery still needs a little bit of improvement, but when you're getting delivery like that from the Vermont defence, it definitely holds you in good stead as Schoenmaker's back in ruck. Got it down to Brolick. Handball quickly there from Schruck. He might get this ball back. He doesn't, as there's an error in judgment there by Will Verrill, and it invites the Vermont pressure. Rowville do well to clear in. Saying that, the ball's been kicked pretty much into the grandstand.
And it was your mate who did it, Gav, LaPanche.
Yeah.
We might have to get
in touch that one over there.
With Jared Beanland to get the proper French pronunciation of it.
As in the meanwhile, Calder has this ball, sets it up to the hot spot. Big pack forms. Barker at the fall of the ball. Is wrapped up by 2 Rowville opponents. One of those, Cooper Stainthorpe, and we'll have this ball thrown back up. Dangerous spot for Rowville, around 20 metres out from the Vermont goal line. It's getting a big leap there with Shawmakers down to Brolick, who looks in the direction of Wind. No mark taken for Rowville, but Wind intercepts it. Lachlan McDonald with this ball goes to centre wing and turns it over. Joey Fisher with a quick handball. It's out of bounds.
Good tackle by Maverick Taylor then.
This ball will be thrown back into
play. Great crowd here today.
It is a terrific crowd.
We should have more Sundays, I reckon, just based on this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, as long as you had a switch for the weather, you wouldn't want a wet Sunday.
That's true.
Cold, wet Sunday.
Well, I can't predict that at the start of the year for you.
As Jenkins did really well to get away from the pack. Goes inside 50 looking for Nielsen, who tried to apply the defensive pressure. Kalkowski wrapped up by 2 Rowville opponents, and umpire will call for it as there's a bit of a scuffle.
Yeah, that was a bit of kamikaze stuff, wasn't it? Just crashing into two defenders.
I'll have this ball tossed back up directly in front of the Vermont goal. Again, a very dangerous spot as Nielsen got the tap down from behind, looking for Jenkins. Nielsen gets this ball back, spun his way out of trouble, but turns it over. Showmakers is wrapped up as Stapleton nearly escaped with the ball, and this ball will be thrown back up. We're into time on in this first quarter. Rowville lead by 5 points. They might not lead for much longer, though, as the goal goes through. Not 100% sure who that was.
We'll see it on the replay.
Rathjen was around this. It could be Lucas Vassis. I reckon.
Oh, no.
Nope. I'm not 100%. We can't see who it was, but Vermont still have a goal. And they lead by a point, 3-1-19 to 3 straight 18 on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard, 24 minutes played.
Maybe Blake Tennant can chase up who kicked that goal.
Because Barker was the dummy handball receive, wasn't he?
Yeah.
So that's
there
that's
he is.
another
He's
goal.
on the move.
On the move.
He's not happy about it. As Rowville get the centre clearance.
Here it comes out this way.
Comes out the wing. We'll see this one, and it'll be bouncing towards us and out of bounds, centre wing of Seabeck Oval. So it's 19 play 18. Great game, and the pressure valve. It's the pressure is really up in this game, and we're seeing mistakes because of pressure, and that's what's leading to some of these scores. 19-18. Vermont leading as we're nearly ticking towards 25 minutes gone, first term. Big fight for the ball. Stapleton was taken over the shoulder, so he'll take the free kick. Centre wing, looks at options, short and long. Will go long. Let's see who the markers are. Again, wide. He couldn't take it down with him. He might have been chopped his arms, he thinks, but it's going to be a clearing effort from Vermont. Long ball to Nielsen. He's outnumbered, but gets front position, knocks it down. But again, numbers are with the Rovers. Pressure, though, just leads to Vermont pushing it out of the contest. Can they get it? No, Rowville hold up nicely. And the kick goes long enough to be marked by Flakemore. Beautiful spearing ball just over the leading option and wide. So now it's going to be cleared through Himes. He's got a runner over the top on the wing. Taking a nice mark is Davies, but he's been held up. Oh, sorry, that's Doreo, and he just had position to run on, except the late spoil came in and took him to ground, and it stopped everything. All momentum's been killed, but it's a ball in the hands of the Vermont team. Long ball down, no mark taken. Ground level, Vassis hands it out quickly to Jenkins. Jenkins on the run from 50. Long bomb, doesn't get the journey. Nielsen late spoil. Rover can't take advantage. Nielsen comes late in the contest, but it's balls in a pack of players. Now it comes out, pops out for Vermont's advantage. The defence, though, for Rowville holding up nicely. It's under feet. Kick off the ground probably didn't go far enough away from the congestion. And a trip as the player going towards goal was going to have a flying shot. Thiessen, he got tripped, and he's going to take a resulting free kick from within range. And we'll just get an update on that last goal kicker from Blake
Yes,
Tennant.
it actually is the guy who's got the ball now.
Thiessen.
So Zach Thiessen. And I found out what was wrong with James Ross too, by the way. Apparently at training he ruptured his testicles, boys. So there you go, boys. That's just what James has just told me. So yeah, there you go.
Thanks for sharing.
I tell you what, if I had that, I wouldn't be telling Blake.
That's what I was thinking.
The balls and all, here it is with Thiessen. Long kick goes and misses
Could
to
be
the
a
right.
mark. That's a mark right on the line.
Well, it's no score, but the siren will kill the quarter now. It's Vermont leading by one solitary point with no score added with that late kicker goal. Vermont 3-1-19, Rowville 3 straight 18. The goal kickers for the leaders, the visitors, Thiessen has got 2. Kalkowski with that brilliant goal from the pocket has kicked 1. For Rowville, it's 2 goals to Wind and 1 to Duffy. So it's Vermont leading this contest at quarter time. 19 plays 18. We've got a great Premier Division game to come back to soon.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
The first time I met the team at Tobin Brothers Funerals, I felt like I'd known them for years. They're so caring, honest and passionate. James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals, sums it up best when he says,
Every day our people get out of bed to assist client families in their absolute time of need. Our people love what they do, and you will not find a more highly trained group of people than those at Tobin Brothers.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Sunday special out here at Seabeck Oval. It's Vermont who lead up at quarter time, 3-1-19. It's Rowville 3 straight 18. An entertaining first quarter of action out here at Seabeck Oval. Third versus fifth now in Premier Division after Blackburn got the job done yesterday against South Croydon. Eagles looking to leapfrog the Burners in these early stages, and so far they're proving why they're sitting in fourth, or were sitting in fourth on the Premier Division table, Gav, with a pretty decent first half, some good delivery inside 50 and plenty of speed on the ball.
I'd just actually bite at you on that one. I think Rowville have butchered the ball inside 50.
Yeah.
They haven't given Wine the opportunities he deserves, but he's probably had to prop too many times because the balls are floating and they're hard punts. And they're going not on a spin that you can mark even. So
it's been funny, Gav, that he's had 2 marks inside 50 and capitalised with 2 goals, but the delivery in those 2 kicks weren't great themselves anyway. He had to work really hard, particularly that first one where he had to run backwards to take that grab and start them off. So I think you're right. I think their delivery and their ball use probably needs to improve a little bit more. But I think they're still on top of the contest in the middle of the ground, and they're getting those opportunities. So they have the option of really opening this game up in the
just
second
one
quarter.
thing with Vermont are crisp when they can get the first release hand pass to the outside ball. They've got a lot of great advantage out of quick possession, out of stoppage clearances when they've won it. And then when they can corral and pressure Rowville, they've forced turnovers. But Vermont have pretty much been under the pump, and that's why I think they've handed them a few goals through kicks not hitting the targets out of defence.
That was pretty much what it was in that final goal for Jonty Duff for Rowville in that quarter. Just with an erring kick. And, as we go down boundary side to Blake Tennant, who I believe has the Vermont coach alongside him.
Yes, he's got Adam Parker here. Adam, very pleasing with that quarter. You must be pretty proud of how that all went down.
Yeah, I think we started really well. We made a few basic errors which hurt us actually. So, half good, half bad.
Yeah. You talked about gaining your territory. Do you feel like that was a bit of a bonus that quarter? You were speaking about covering territory and also getting more contested marks. Is that something as well?
Yeah, I think we're a little bit cute coming out of our D50 at times. Just got to get territory and let our big guys compete in the air, and then hopefully get our small guys get a sniff. I just think we're trying to be a bit too cute out of the D50, and we turn it over and they score.
No worries. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you there to Blake Tennant. I can understand that. Looking to just gain more territory, which is pretty much what they did when they were coming out of defence, just looking to get it out the back. And it'll be interesting to see if they can get some contested mark. But the one thing I'll say about Rowville, I think they shouldn't just be looking towards one. I think they should be looking at players such as Curtis Flakemore, Maverick Taylor, who's the third leading goal kicker in Premier Division this season with, I think, 25 goals. They're certainly not lacking any tall targets inside forward 51.
I think you'll find, Josh, from my experience, whoever's kicking to that right end here on that, it overlooks the centre half forward. It's not any longer, but it looks closer to the goals where it's not.
Yeah.
You might find the centre half forward will get a lot more into play, kicking that way. And this is something I reckon that's happened here at Seabeck.
Let's see if that
Great
happens.
scenery in the background too out here at Seabeck.
It
It's a nice,
Well, it's
nice,
magnificent.
I remember Baldwin come down here the first time, and the guys, spectators said, geez, have a look, all the kangaroos in the background. They said, all we see is bloody trams going down.
Yeah, the police paddocks over right here, which is, if this wasn't a Sunday game, I would have been out there flying today, Ryan. So thanks for putting this one on.
Model aeroplanes.
There's an airfield over there.
They're not allowed to fly over the ground, of course, same as the cameras when you have those out there.
It's magnificent out here. Seabeck Oval, the home of the Rowville Football Club, will look to get on top as we'll cross down to Blake Tennant shortly. Gav Casey to get us underway in the second quarter.
Great contest here between Vermont and Rowville. Vermont leading by a solitary point at quarter time. Game underway, second quarter. It's Rowville getting the kick to the left of the broadcast screen. And Wine in good position, leading up. Justin takes it on the chest, and he takes a few with him. And unfortunately, one of them is his teammate. But no matter, he's happy. He's going to have a shot at goal from 40 metres out.
And everyone there's patting Showmakers on the back. That slick hand pass to Brolick, who kicked the ball forward there. A great centre clearance for Rowville.
Yeah, so they've just to get it into the position where maybe Wine can jump at it. That was a time where he had no one to spoil him or any clear contest when he took it on the chest. So from 40 metres out, can the spearhead for Rowville kick his third and put them back in front? It's just to the right, and it misses narrowly, and it's a minor score that ties the game up in the first minute of second term, and we will get some boundary comment from Blake Tennant.
Yeah, I just want to touch on about the name that you guys are trying to figure out. It's actually Braden LaPlanche. Just got told by the coaches down at Rowville, so LaPlanche.
Well, thanks, Ray.
Thank
so
you.
The coach is overriding Ray.
I stand to be corrected.
Well, hang on, did we tape that, Lee?
Yeah, so that's been recorded, streamed.
It's LaPlanche, boys.
Thank you there to Blake Tennant as Vermont have this ball centre wing right near us in the broadcast position. Going down the line there was Thiessen. Turns it over, with Rowville having the numbers on the ground. Verrill with the quick handball to Stapleton, who looks in the direction of Wine. He's out the back here and taking the strong grab. There, that was Jaden Pay. As he looks to play on immediately, might have turned it over. He hasn't. Mason Hawkins with the strong hands getting there and reading that mark well ahead of Will Verrill, who's had a good contest for Rowville in defence. In the meanwhile, Hawkins' ball short was a good one in the end to Lachlan Dixon, coming across from Norwood, the former Coburg man. His kick is turned over though. Cal Verrill has had a terrific season in defence. Goes straight through the middle to Anthony Brolick. They initiate the switch, do the Hawks, and the mark taken by Matt Martini. Out wide he goes, and they're just moving this up slowly now, Rowville.
McDonald was a receiver from that Martini one.
As inside 50 goes Curtis Flakemore. It falls out the back. Vermont have the numbers, keep it in play. The clearing kick from Joe Fisher. They've found his target in Campbell Barker, who handballs it immediately. Johns with this ball. It's in good hands if you're a Vermont fan with Calden now. Goes inside 50. Nearly turned it over, but Kalkowski read it best on the ground. Handball was an errant one to LaPlanche. And his kick is again turned over. It's turnover city there his last couple of minutes out here at Seabeck Oval. The intercept mark taken by Campbell Barker. Centre wing far side. His eye starting inside 50 in the direction of Nielsen. It falls short of him. Doesn't keep it in. They'll have a boundary throw in.
So nearly just before there, Kalkowski tapped it to himself in the pack of four, and it just didn't bounce in his hands.
Yeah.
So let's see what the dangerous forwards for Vermont can do. Hawkins front position, loses it a bit there, and he has to left hand, just goes over the opposing ruckman. So Rowville quick to play on, and they run out of the defence. The ball's just worm burns its way to centre forward. It's a struggle to pick it up. Running onto it is Colclough. He knocks it forward, trying to get his teammate in the play. But Taylor can't get free of the tackler. Picking it up was Fisher. Fisher got taken down in a very strong tackle. And the umpire will say, I'll ball it up deep in the defence for Vermont, but they held up nicely. But Rowville just getting the territory by kicking it long and more direct. No ground ball run by either side. And Colclough will hand it over. That's Brock. So Now ground level ball again, no clear possession. There's a lot of players around this contest. It's directly in front of Rowville's goal. Rucks go at it, punch goes down. Tackles fly in by the Eagles, and they do get the hand pass receive out of that contest. Quick kick to Hawkins underneath it. He's got a heap of Hawks around him. Tackle was pretty good there by the Eagles. They didn't want it to spill out, and Barker made sure the tackle stuck. And it'll be a ball up centre forward for Rowville, picking himself up a bit gingerly with Stapleton. Hit hard in the tackle. Hawkins goes the body first, wins the tap, knocks it over the back, trying to get a runner in Jenkins. Jenkins has to be the tackler, and he'll allow his opponent to hand the ball back to the umpire. Still centre forward for Rowville. Rucks go at it. Hawkins in front position. No clear tap advantage there. And it'll be another ball up at centre forward. The umpire's busy. The Rucks not often are trying to clear the immediate area. So it's making hard work for a stoppage clearance. Again, that's a scrap for the ball. Rowville just being pushed over there, so there no free kick. It goes out wide. Brolick just standing on the wing outside the contest to Stapleton. Stapleton now hooks a ball into the side 50. His mark cut. Ball can't be taken. Well, a kick around the corner. It's another magic goal from nothing and in congestion.
I think it was Duffy.
Duffy again, man on the spot. Ground level ball, going to be tackled. Puts it on the boot. The left boot hooks it around for a beautiful goal. Let's see it on the replay. He roves, then he puts it on the boot on the run. And that is beautifully done because the mark spilled into his hands, and he just smart got the ball on the boot.
Yeah. One player you called in that play, Stapleton. He doesn't get the recognition as the other midfielders do for Rowville, but he is a very important cog in that midfield.
Absolutely, and just to be able to get that ball out, as you said, it was very contested, and then you have Brolick on the outside. They finally get that handball, and it opened up and gave him a big opportunity going forward.
So Rowville hit the lead once again, but will it stay for long? As Vermont are inside 50, it falls out the back now, and it's seen out of bounds by Ryan Fitzpatrick. We'll have this ball thrown back into play around 20 metres out from the Vermont goal. They kicked 3-1-19 to this point. Rowville 4-1-25, 6.5 minutes gone in this second quarter in the Eastland match of the round Sunday special between the Hawks and the Eagles. As Nielsen won the tap down, applied the tackle on Brolick, but Brolick did well. McDonald to Martini. Martini looping handball to Wood, sees it out of bounds. Some good pressure there by Cooper Leon. And this ball will be thrown back into play outside. Vermont's attacking 50 or 45 out here at Seabeck Oval. And wouldn't mind getting a score on the board as well, with Rowville having a bit of the ascendancy the last couple of minutes as Hawkins with the smart tap down. Couldn't find a teammate though. Rowville have the numbers on the ground and go straight through the middle. The diving mark taken there by Jai Cole-Clow. Goes out wide to his brother Brock. Handballs it immediately. Rowville are at half forward. Curtis Flakemore taking the mark and looking to go for broke. His kick was smothered. Davies is going to run onto it and sees it out of bounds right in front of a couple of Rowville supporters on that left forward pocket for Rowville. I'll have this ball tossed back into play 20 metres out from their goal line with Wine to contest Jaden Pay in this ruck contest. He's certainly got his work cut out today. Has Pay as Wine got the tap down, looking for Duffy, who has to become the tackler. And ball will be thrown back up inside Rowville's attacking territory.
So ball up 35 metres out from Rowville's goals. Pressure on Vermont, but they get the clearing kick. Bouncing ball, Tyson couldn't get it. So it's Rowville. Oh, the chopped off hand pass. Nicely done. And here's Vermont turnover. It's an open, clear 50. Last man on it could be the runner in Vermont, but the numbers will not even get to it. So that kick from the centre just dribbled out, and it's out of bounds 20 metres out. And I don't have the number on me, so I just want to clarify who's
number 30. The late inclusion. I'll follow that one up.
I was about to call him, and I didn't want to get it wrong. So Vermont got the new player in that we just need to be clear on. Nielsen in front position from the ball in. It's under his feet. He tries to pick it up. He allows his teammate to try to get it going, but it's now a disputed ball. Vassis is in there. He has to become the tackler when he can't take possession, and his tackle is over the shoulder, and it's a relieving free kick for Rowville, who lead 25-19. And it's
Lachlan Rathjen, sorry.
Lachlan Rathjen is the late inclusion. And he's
sorry, Blake, I made you walk down there.
He appreciated that as well. Did two mics and whispers tenant down there on ground level. As Dixon has this ball far side, looking in the direction of Nielsen with a good mark. Pushed his opponent out and finally gets his hands on the footy from an inside 15 contested mark. We'll just have a look at it on the replay. Dixon having trouble with the sun, but still hitting up Daniel Nielsen, and the former Kangaroo, the North Melbourne Kangaroo that is, will go back here and potentially give Vermont or tie things out here at Seabeck Oval.
I remember this is his style. He does
the exaggerated pointing of the ball.
It's
big bit of Babe Ruth back down in the footy.
It's very unique as he's kicking from outside 45. It's drifting to the right on the line. Thiessen. It's gone through for a minor score. 3-2-20 Vermont. Rowville 4-1-25. 10 minutes gone here, second quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
It's like my putts. I try to line it up with pointing, but I still miss. And it's now Rowville trying to clear defence. Long ball by Verrill. Wing. It's a hotly contested ball. And Rowville might be happy to see it over with Flakemore taking it over. And out of bounds, out of side, a chance for Blake Tennant to say more.
Yeah, Zach Thiessen, boys. I think he's playing some pretty good footy at the moment. He's having a pretty good game to start off proceedings here.
Been in some very good form, he has.
Johns from the back of the contest kicks a long ball. Nielsen's underneath it. He just loses his position in the contest. It's a hand pass, not finding the teammates. It's being thrown around by Rowville. There's Stapleton and got it out, and it's Verrill trying to get it going. Now Rowville, they put themselves under pressure by not clearing the 45-metre arc. The ball's at ground level. The kick off the ground didn't suit Rowville, so it's been picked off by DeReo. His hands gets it to the teammate Leon. Leon gets it to Himes. Himes goes long. A big jump by Nielsen. Ground level ball. Vassis is in there. His hand pass might have been a throw in the tackle.
This was gone.
And it was going to be a goal if it was a proper hand pass, but the umpire red hot onto it. Just lost the handle as he was trying to punch it to his teammate.
Spotted.
And it's a good decision.
Good call.
And no goal to Vermont, which would have put them back in front. It still reads 25-20. Rowville leading at home, 11 minutes, second term.
As Trainer goes out wide to Lachlan McDonald. They're at true centre wing now with Nashwood. The Hawks. As he looks to slow the tempo down. It's a really good kick in the direction of Mav Taylor, who's working high up the ground. The third leading goal kicker in Premier Division this season. So far, Maverick Taylor inside 50 to a big pack. Lockman out the back, got the spoil in. It falls out now to Rossiter. His tap forward was nearly turned over, but Vermont do really well until then. Taylor dashing away, goes inside 50 in the direction of Lockman. Vermont get two across. One of those, Joe Fisher, got a handball away to DeRio. And it's seen out of bounds by the Hawks. Right near the scoreboard retreats. 4-1-25 Rowville. Vermont 3-2-20. 12 and a half minutes gone in this second quarter in the Eastland match of the round Sunday special. The second Premier Division Grand Final rematch of season 2024. As Wine got the tap down from behind. Jai Colcloud trying to run onto it. Instead it might be his brother. No, Jai just stole it away from him. Arnold with the almost slam dunk tap down there looking for Johns. Who's corralled out of bounds by Lachlan Stapleton, and we'll have this ball thrown back into play inside Rowville's attacking 45.
So good opportunity to Rowville to keep the pressure on, turn it into a score. Lockman front position on Wilcox. Wilcox did well though in the contest. Ground level ball, quick kick out by Vermont. Hawkins just tries to punch it on instead of marking. Good decision. Here they go. Nielsen's onto it. Again, no one's inside 50, so it's a race for the ball. Leading the race this time is Fitzpatrick. Fitzpatrick can't pick it up under a hot bit of pressure, and Verrill did very nicely, pushed his opponent away from it, and then hits the target. That's a brilliant play by the defender.
Outstanding.
And Martini will clear it into the middle. As they try to go coast to coast, Verrill again. His short pass finds his teammate in Schruck. Schruck goes long down to half forward. Big flyers go at it. Ground level ball. DeReo couldn't get a handle on it, but it spills out to his teammate in Rossiter. Rossiter's quick kick will be marked. And nicely chopped off for Rowville in by Trainer. Trainer gets it to his teammate in McDonald. McDonald goes out wide, holding good possession with Martini. Martini's ball on the bounce will get to the intended Brolick. Brolick's got a short pass in. Nice courage, standing underneath it, backing back with the flight of the ball, but taking the mark. And Rowville will have a shot at goals. And they beautifully did the transition to finish up all the way in McDonald's hands. And it's Lachlan McDonald on the end of some neat play.
Some really good play from Rowville, and that's what they've become known for, just that transition, whether that be quick ball movement or slow ball movement in this case here.
So Jackson McDonald started the chain of possession, and it finished up with Lachlan McDonald having a shot from 45 metres out to extend the lead to 11 points. He's put it just right of the post, and it's a minor score. 4-2-26, Rowville leading Vermont 3-2-20. It's a goal lead halfway through this second quarter. 14 and a half minutes gone in this match of the day.
As it'll be Calvin DeRayo with this kick in for Vermont. High starting across the ground, decides to go to the far side, goes for a little bit of a run and now launches to true centre wing where Nielsen is lurking. It falls out the back for Cooper Stainthorpe, who's corralled out of bounds by Adrian Kalkowski, and a bit of afters there between Kalkowski and Stainthorpe as we'll get this ball tossed back into play. True centre wing far side out here at Seabeck Oval. Shawmaker's got front position, but Thiessen from behind got it down to Himes. It was wrapped up by Davey, who's come back onto the ground after being yellow carded in that first quarter. And we'll have this ball tossed back up. Thiessen behind. Shawmakers with the tap down. McDonald running onto it. It's almost Dustin Martin-esque, him going out of the stoppage, and the free kick is paid for Rowville. Or Vermont, against Rowville, I should say. And
in the back against Wind.
It's going to Jaden Pay, who's done a pretty decent job in stages against Wind. Rowville get this ground ball. McDonald with the quick handball, bursting away there and getting the shot on goal. I reckon that was Jackson McDonald. It was.
No one went near him.
And that is a brilliant finish there by the former Knox man. And McDonald gets Rowville a 12-point advantage, 5-2-32. Vermont 32-20, 16 minutes gone, second quarter of the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Ray, it'll be interesting to see if that one sort of sparks them and opens this game up. Of course, just been the 2 goals in this quarter. It's been a little slow at times, and Rowville look the side that probably are the ones that can break it open.
Yeah, they're on top at the moment, but only just. They're still not.
Certainly the clearance battle there.
They're not hitting their targets and that the way they would like to. But that's the pressure that Vermont's putting on.
Lockman becomes the running play, kicks a long wind underneath. It's spilled ball ground level, sharked by Cole Cloud, and a miss flying shot. And minor score. Well, I think that was Flakemore. Sorry, I corrected myself there. Sorry. Just a bit rusty. Flakemore was having a flying shot. He's a bit taller than the Cole Cloud.
One's about 6'2".
I get it. I understand that.
I think the ball's
as soon as I said it, I said you got that wrong. But it's a missed shot anyway. Rowville 2-goal lead, and Vermont will have a clearing kick in the back pocket. Long ball outside defensive 50. Late spoiled. Well, the big punch comes in. Rowville might take some good advantage here. Ground level Martini. He's got the runner. And they've got now some running a ball. Quick kick inside 50. Nice mark. Just coming in from the side. And it'll be, is that McDonald? Taylor? Or
I think that's Matt Taylor.
Matt Taylor coming in from the side. And he's taken a nice mark just because Vermont were a bit stagnant there in defence because the possession around the centre was quick and purposeful. And it'll be Taylor having a flying shot from 40 metres out, and it'll extend a lead. So what's all this possession and work in the stoppages doing for Rowville? They're actually getting on top?
Well, that's it. You win the stoppages, you can usually win the game. So that's the main engine room.
So Taylor from now converts. That's a goal. All that forward momentum is turning into goals for Rowville. 6-2-38. It's a 3-goal lead over Vermont. 3-2-20. 18-point lead to the home side. Let's go to Blake Tennant.
Just wanted to let you know, I don't know if you guys have seen, he's just coming on the wing now. Matt Davey just coming back from his yellow card in the first quarter. He's back on the ground now, boys.
He's been on for about 8 minutes.
I didn't hear you guys say anything.
Yeah,
so
but even when Gab called it, he was on 3 or 4 minutes.
Sorry, boys.
He wasn't playing his game from the other.
Nothing against it, but we picked it up because it was right in front of us.
No worries, boys. No worries.
Thank you, Blake Tennant on the boundary as Lockman got the tap down over Thiessen. Brolick around this ball, as is Nashwood, gets it to his captain, who's forced to go backwards to Matthew Traynor, receives this ball back. Looping handball finds his teammate in McDonald, goes inboard to Cal Verrill under plenty of Vermont pressure, and they might have turned it over here. Instead, it's locked up. I'll have a ball up, centre wing far side out here at Seabeck Oval. 19 minutes played in this second quarter.
One player who's going to influence in this game is Anthony Brolick. He's had a lot of the football.
He's certainly showing why he's one of the best players in the Premier Division. As Martini on the ground looked for Brolick, but instead turned it over, and Vassos is wrapped up by Brolick.
And Josh, as you know, Brolick gets half a dozen possessions. Every one of them counts because he hits his target with the hand pass. Or the
that's right.
Well, he's the first receiver out of the contest, isn't he?
As Thiessen with the big tap forward. Same there from Tyson Himes, looking in the direction of... There was Spencer, but they turn it over to Vermont and Rowville. The bounce doesn't favour them. It's Dixon. Handball was an errand one. Davey the quick one. And running onto this is Colclough of the Brock variety. It's coming back! That is a brilliant finish there from Brock Colclough.
The goal of the day.
It certainly would be.
A contender anyway.
It would have been the near miss of the day if,
that
was
all
on
under pressure, everything.
He almost he tilted his head like he was trying to will it over the line there, Brock Colclough, but it goes through. Their lead extends now to 24 points, Rowville, 44 plays, 20 and a half minutes.
Gab, I'll give you credit. When you called Stapleton, when you called Blakemore, Colclough before, they both got pink boots on, I just know. We'll only give you 50%.
You're a nice guy. You're a very nice guy.
Can I just add too, both of the brothers really like kicking goals in big time moments.
Well,
I've seen
celebrations.
Them. Yes.
The kick out didn't clear too well, and Davey just coughed up the hand pass, but it didn't turn over yet. The kick half forward might be chopped off nicely by Arnott. Has to run after his own spoil, and it can't get free out to Fitzpatrick. And it's a free kick going back to, I think, Arnott, who at least put his body, he didn't take the spoil with him, but he went again. So second effort rewarded with a free kick. He goes backwards, hoping to start the transition. Might be the hand pass received. No, Vermont will go long into the middle. Who will be the marker? And it's a turnover ball.
Free kick.
What was that one?
There's a push in the back.
Well, he wasn't really in the contest, was he?
No.
So lucky one for the Eagles. There's a couple of shorts on as the kick by the new player for the day, Rafjan, late in for Ross. As Vermont go inside 50, that's nice, composed football. And it's a short pass that hits the target. And it'll be... Well, he's looking like he's away from...
He should kick a goal from there because out there the goals are open.
Is that Himes? Long ball kicks it into the forward 50. Doesn't get the distance as he thought he wouldn't because he wasn't really deliberating for a shot at goal, and it's a defensive mark. So Rowville hold up with Verrill. There's excuse me, that's McDonald. McDonald short kick to Verrill. So Cal Verrill's got it. Oh, sorry, Will Verrill's got it.
Big 5 minutes here for Vermont. Got to hit the scoreboard before half time.
Colclough, he was as tall as Lockman then when he stood up and he took the mark on the wing. In the end, it was uncontested. Short pass finds his mate in Martini. Martini's looking at options on the wing. It's more purposeful from Rowville, but this kick wasn't to purpose as Rossiter gets in the way. Centre corridor might open for Vermont, but they've spilled the mark and the turnover ball. Lockman to Martini. He might make up for his errant kick for a teammate. Now they switch through Traynor. Traynor goes through the middle. Tries to... the ball's just spilt when they were on racing there through LaPlanche. Or LaPlanche now.
Absolutely.
What a mistake, though. Three Vermont
players.
They all wanted it and then nobody wanted it.
No one's talking.
Yeah, so it's now the ball up. It's just Vermont were able to just stop the run of Rowville. Hawkins does nicely, cleans up his own ruck work. Now the quick hand pass and inside 50, the long ball goes. Bouncing ball, knocked over the top. There's good play. Well, it's a spilled hand pass. Thiessen was hand passing a man running in an open goal. And there's the kick on the full from the defender. So it's a comedy of errors, but no one's laughing as we will have a shot at goal from the boundary line for Vermont, and it's in the hands of Calder.
I was going to say it was going to be a very good goal assist from Kelkowski, the smart tap over the top.
So Calder goes long, hoping for Thiessen in the ruck contest. Off the ground, is that a goal? It's from 3 metres out. You can't miss even if you just put your boot through it. And it's a quick goal there by Kelkowski. He's his second. It's the second time I've been caught out by wondering who it is. And Kelkowski, another great goal.
Yeah, very important one, Ray. They really needed that.
Yeah, they needed that.
They've missed a couple of opportunities. That they should have finished. They were a bit fumbly before, so all things end up the way it should be, and they get a goal out of it in the end and bring it back to three goals, which is important. They've got to be just in touch because I think if they get beyond that 5-goal margin, I don't see them coming back. So very important for half-time.
Just took the matters into his own hands. The star forward for Vermonters. The big leap there from Showenmakers. Sharking it was Vassis, but spilt it. Brolick with a nice handball to McDonald. Inside 50 in the direction of Wind.
It just undoes everything.
Brolick, McDonald, Wind. You know, three of the prime movers in the Rowville side.
Brolick's been outstanding
amazing.
this quarter.
He's certainly been my best on ground at the moment.
He
just
has,
been
I agree.
superb. That Rowville midfield has just been superb in general, not just today, but for this entire season. As Wind, the beneficiary, can go back, kick his 3rd goal of this contest. We've got the perfect view of this. The former Box Hill Hawk comes in now with his slow, deliberate approach and bangs it straight through the middle.
So what that does now, boy, it counteracts a goal.
It does,
essentially.
At the other end. Very late in the quarter. Good to Vermont that they got one very late.
Yeah.
But also better for Rowville because they got one in extra time there.
Well, that easy out of the midfield again. And Brolick, he puts his head over the footy first. He's the first one to get contested footy. He wins.
He's so clear. He was falling to ground then, but the hand pass will come out bullet-like and hit the target.
That's why he's one of the best in the comp.
Yep,
I hope Wayne Brash is enjoying the game at home there.
We've had a couple of messages come through.
We're missing the Brash. Yeah, no.
Join the broadcast, of course, on Facebook and YouTube.
He would be there.
This is a big ruck contest for Hawkins. He does go tall, gets over the top. No clear possession out of the centre there as Vassis did well just to hold up. And there's
the Harley Davidson.
The Harley Davidson. You can hear them from miles away, can't you?
Or Yamahas, I don't know. Copyright on the sound, maybe.
So it'll be a play on possession as Vassis kicks long. A prop kick doesn't suit the advantage of Thiessen. And it's going to be a free kick to the defender who got LaPlanche.
I know, it's Verrill.
Well, thanks for that.
I
just sold me into that.
I saw the 0, the other one's number 30.
There he is.
He couldn't take the mark. He went for the high flyer. Rossiter picks it up, hooks the ball back into the centre. Big hot contest. Lot of Vermont. Thiessen hand passes out in congestion. Flying shot. And it's a miss from Barker as he was under a lot of pressure, but he hits the post on the right with his left foot. So it's a minor score. 23 points the difference. Vermont 4-3-27 trailing Rowville 8-2 50 27 minutes gone second term.
As it's Ryan Hall with this kick in, goes to the far side and DeRayo out-muscled his opponent, takes the intercept mark, reloads inside 50, 2-on-1 for Nielsen to deal with. He does well to get it to ground and Johns with the flying shot! Misses. That was a brilliant effort from the former Chandler medalist, but it's just a minor score. 4-4-28, Rowville 8-2-50.
He's a forever Chandler medalist.
True.
Not a former one.
Of course.
Potential to be up there again this season.
Certainly right there.
He might be, Josh might be, soon be a Clinton Grover's former award.
So the long ball, Rowville just takes mark. There is the siren for half-time. Mav Taylor will hand it over, and it's been a great quarter for Rowville. They've extended their lead out in the game. It's 8-2-50 at half-time. Rowville leading Vermont 4-4-28, a 22-point lead. Before we go to the half-time break, let's get the goal kickers for Rowville. 3 goals to Wine, 2 to Duffy, 1 each to Colclough, that being Brock, Mav Taylor and Jackson McDonald. And for Vermont, it's 2 apiece to Thiessen and Cole Koski. It's 22 points the margin in our Sunday special game day at the EFNL Premier Division. Stay tuned for more great football after this short break.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy to use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wantirna.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to the Eastland Match of the Round Sunday edition, a special Sunday out here at Seabeck Oval, and it is Rowville leading Vermont at half-time, 8 goals to 50 to 4-4-28. Vermont, they kicked 5 goals to 1 in that second quarter to extend that lead and look in control of this game. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Matt Spider Lee for the half-time show. Spider, you've been here watching the game and you've watched the way Rowville really got on top in that second term, particularly through the likes of guys like Brolick and McDonald, and being able to punish Vermont for their mistakes.
Absolutely, Ryan. I think the key to the game has been just the inability of Vermont to hold possession of the ball, and then they're just getting hurt on turnover. Simple as that. When they have the capacity and they need to carry the ball the length of the ground, they just can't transition and execute their skills. Adam Parker spoke about that at quarter time, and he asked them to be a little bit more composed and a little bit more thoughtful about going through the process when having ball in hand. And that quarter, once again, was their undoing because they were unable to hold possession of the ball. And then when they went deep into their forward line, it just looked a little bit dysfunctional. They couldn't quite get the ball into the right areas. It just looked like they need a little bit more separation between their forwards. But it's the pressure of the Rowville defence, being able to squeeze them up tight up into the ground, push them into the space, and then they can rebound the footy. And that's why Rowville are transitioning the ball so well from defence and turning that into attack. They're really collectively, looking for the switch, Rowville, at every opportunity to really catch Vermont off guard, and that's been a real big focus of the way that Rowville have wanted to play. They're looking for the lateral kick. They're being very aware of what Vermont are trying to do and push them into the corridor so they can get first hands on the ball, but they're just not capitalising on those opportunities, the Eagles. So a lot of work to do in the second half. The game's not over by any stretch of the imagination. Right. They just have to clean up their disposal and just reconnect with the way that they want to calibrate their forward line. From the Rowville perspective, they're doing everything right. Look, they were a little bit slow to start, and for the amount of ball that they had inside 50, they just couldn't quite get the score on the board, and Vermont did start the game particularly well. But once they settled and got some composure, got the ball, looked up, hit some targets, and Lockie Warren did a really good job in the first quarter, kicked a couple of those goals, and then obviously Duffy, who's doing a really solid job, and he's been very elusive up there as well, kicked a really important goal, snap, beautiful goal. But then guys like Cole Cloud getting busy through the midfield, both McDonald's, Jackson and Lockie also doing some really good things, and Matt Martini also contributing at the moment. So from that perspective, Rowville certainly have the upper hand through the middle part of the ground. So for me at the moment, just got to reassess where they're going, Vermont, but Rowville clearly on top of the game at the moment, and if they can really break this game open from a physical point of view and continue to win stoppage and clearance, they'll go on and win this game quite comfortably. But now the challenge is in Vermont's hands. They need to be able to arrest the momentum back in the contest.
That's certainly right, and I think you mentioned one player there in Lachlan Wine. Having him back in the side and a focal point up forward, it changes the way Rowville do look at. They look a much better side when he's there. He's a great target. Obviously, he's playing VFL this season with North Melbourne, and it's a luxury to have him here with them having the bye this weekend. But just every time we come out to a game, a Rowville game, he's always a big talking point.
Well, it is. And the thing is with Lockie, his leading patterns are so strong. He leads straight up the middle of the ground. A few weeks ago, saw him against Blackburn, and he did exactly the same, and he ended up getting on the end of some really good passes. He's not kicking from deep pockets. He's kicking from very directly in front, those sort of things. And I think that's the key, the way they play direct football, Rowville. They don't go wide. A couple of the times here, Vermont have elected to go wide and not use central part of the corridor, and that's the clean difference in this match. So
it's why they're 8-2 and not
correct,
6-4.
and that's why they do it so often, week after week. And when they do look messy, Rowville, it's because of the pressure which has been forced by the defence of Vermont, but that hasn't been a lot in this game. I mean, guys like Taylor certainly getting to the fore of the ball, and Davey came back onto the ground after the yellow card situation. So look, they composed themselves. There was a little bit of undisciplined stuff going on, but they reignited themselves. And I think from that point of view, they're well on top in the game. The ruck contest is really interesting. Schollmarker's doing some really good things around the ground too, getting that first use, which is really important. Nielsen, when he has his opportunity, just got to be a little bit cleaner with the ball, and it's looking Rossiter. So there's a lot of work to do for Vermont, but I think if they can hang in the game in the first 10 minutes of the quarter, they give themselves a realistic chance. But for me at the moment, I think Rowville are going to run away with this game. I just think the speed, power, and the way they're using the ball at the moment
50 to 4-4-28 Vermont. We'll be back in a couple of minutes after a quick ad break to jump into the second half.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? Broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman? Or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
We pride ourselves on being the most transparent funeral company. All pricing on goods and services are available on our website. It's all there for you to see and make very informed decisions when planning a loved one's funeral.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland match of the round, Sunday special out here at Seabeck Oval. Rowville leading 8-2-50 to Vermont 4-4-28. It's 28. We're just about to get started in this third quarter of action out here at the home of the Rowville Hawks. Josh Wood here alongside Gavin Casey, Ryan Long, Ray Baird and Blake Tennant down on ground level. Certainly a bit to do for Vermont in this second half. They need to get off to a fast start, Ryan.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And we talked about this at half time that a few players, probably their senior players, have got to really lift in the likes of Lockie Johns in the middle. Matt Arnott's probably been pretty quiet. I thought Kolsky up forward, giving them something. And looks like he's potentially might move around in this second half. But yeah, if they can lift, they can get the first couple of goals, increase that pressure on Rowville, and just get this game back to a margin of 2 to 3 goals at three-quarter time. They'll give themselves every chance. But at the moment, it's the likes of, your Brolix, your McDonald's, wind up forward. The key players in that Rowville side are all having a really good afternoon, and that's making it tough on Vermont.
Absolutely. Wine doing the work up in the air, McDonald on the outside, and Brolick doing all the hard work on the inside.
And the other thing, and Gav, I don't remember, have Vermont had a set shot today, this afternoon? They haven't had many marks inside 50, where Rowville have, and they've been from gettable positions close to goal. So they're
decent.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He has, but there's not been a whole lot. So got to probably lift that forward line and the delivery inside there and give their forwards their best opportunity in this third term if they're going to have any chance of coming back into this game.
It's about to get started in this third quarter. Gav Casey to get us underway once out here.
got to start in the middle for Vermont. If they're going to make ground, they have to win it in the middle. Rucks went at it. Ground level ball. Again, McDonald. Long ball. The defence knocked down to Fisher. Fisher runs onto it, but he's taken down in the tackle. And Coleclough, nice tackle by Joy. Coleclough, Coleclough, sorry. Fell into an old trap there. Coleclough does the tackle. Wine goes in the ruck against Pay. Knocked down. Wine picks it up out of the spill ball. Puts it on the boot, and from 40 it flies all the way through the middle. And the cheers go around Seabeck Oval, and that is a bitter pill for Vermont to concede the first goal within a minute. Now it's a 28-point margin. 9-2-56 Rowville, double the score. Vermont 4-4-28.
That's a goal that Vermont could not let Rowville get, particularly so quick into the third quarter.
It's Wine's fourth goal, and that's something different for him just to grab it out of a ruck contest and put it on the boot.
I reckon each match of the round we've seen Lockie Wine play, he's at least kick 3 goals.
Yeah.
Every single time. He's just so reliable. Yeah.
He's a very handy target when he comes back from the VFL level is Lachlan Wine. As Schoenmaker's got the tap down, Brolick, his handball was a throw. And it's Adrian Kalkowski who's starting this third quarter in the midfield that will see the free kick. Sold the candy on Brolick and decides to go in the direction of Daniel Nielsen, who's got a 2-on-1 to contend with, but will get the free kick. They've done that well all day, Rowville, but that play there was one exception. And Daniel Nielsen, well, we'll see the setup for goal here with the...
Can I just say, I just reckon that's unnecessary. I haven't seen Nielsen take many marks. No. And it's unnecessary to scrag him. Just go in the contest with him.
100%.
He's been quite...
I reckon as an opposition player, he's not a player that you're really worried about. It's going to hurt you.
In the air, yeah.
There's Nielsen with that slow, deliberate approach of his. Looking to give Vermont a bit of life in this contest, and he does that. Margin cut back down to 22 points, 5-4-34 Vermont. Rowville 9-2-56, 2 minutes gone, third quarter on the Betty Bank scoreboard.
And Josh, we talked about obviously their midfield needing to lift, but Nielsen's the one in this second half.
Yeah.
Probably needs to kick 2 or 3 if they're going to get across the line, and that's a perfect start for him for the quarter, because that first half pretty quiet. But didn't really get many opportunities. The ball hasn't really gone in his direction too often.
No, he's at his best when he's leading into the ball.
Yeah, that's right.
Can hold his front position.
Bit of space in front of him.
Yeah, hold that position. And if not, bring it to the ground.
Yeah, that's right. But Rowville have done a good job on him so far, the back line.
So Rucks go at it. Knocked down by Rowville. Here goes Brolick, hands it off. Nearly just spills away. But it's going to be a turnover ball with Vassas trying to beat 2 tacklers, one of them being McDonald. Spill ball out. Vermont still got it in hands. And from half back, gets it to Jenkins. Jenkins on the wing, runs it, and on a short run, he goes for a long ball down to Raffgen. And he just sees it out in front of himself, and it's out of bounds on half forward flank as Vermont just stopped Brolick and co. in their thrust forward from the stoppage, centre stoppage again. They've been really exciting out of the middle, have Rowville. And Hawkins, though, wins the slap down tap, but he can't gather much ground. Leaving it behind with Dureo. So Rowville, Coleclough, short pass in. Well, the mark has been claimed at half forward.
Gee, that kick didn't go any more than 6 inches off the ground.
And did it go more than 6 metres forward to Flakemore? As the kick now, that's a hit-up target, and he's been pushed over as he marks it, but Mav Taylor will pick himself up with a shot at goal. Is he at a distance, 50 metres?
Mav Taylor, I know you love him.
Yeah, he is a very good player, is Mav Taylor, and just... It looks like he's added that contested marking to his game this season.
Yeah, he's looking sideways because he's about 50 out.
One of our favourites, isn't he, Mav?
Yeah, he certainly is. That's a bit of flair in that forward line.
So it's Rowville, just another short pass. And again, sharing it around Stapleton's on the end of that pass. He's still outside range, and it's a very crowded forward line for Rowville. Another short pass, the leading option. 2 grabs, mark. And that is a great ball for Flakemore. Flakemore just ran into it, and he had no body contact on him, and he allowed him to have 2 grabs at it. So just to pinpoint a pass and to have no body checking there by Dureo. Flakemore had inches on him as well.
Rowville would be very happy as long as Flakemore can get through the game, because he's just come back from a hamstring and he's had a lot of injury.
Yeah.
You know, he missed most of the early season.
On the right boot, left pocket, puts it to the right side. It's going to miss, just gets the journey, but never looked like it being a goal. So it's a minor score to Flakeboard, 9-4. 58, it's a 4-goal lead to Rowville. As the scoreboard's quick here, good on them, 9-3, 57. Vermont at 5-4, 34.
Quicker than you.
Yes.
As Vermont go to this broadcast side with the kick in, Verrill legally pushed out Mason Hawkins and bites off the dangerous ball. It's Brolick spinning his way out of trouble, getting the handball to Nash Wood. To the right it goes.
How's that from Brolick?
That is absolutely superb from the former Box Hill Hawk. And it's a minor score once again for Rowville, 9-4-58 to Vermont 5-4-34. 5.5 minutes gone, third quarter.
If Wood's going to banana it outside the right, he's probably got to go inboard a little bit more before he starts kicking it. He just didn't have his angles right just to convert that type of kick.
Ed Brash should say the angle at an angle wasn't right, was it?
Long ball, chopping of arms in the contest means it's going to be a free kick to Hawkins. Hawkins is not a great long kick, so he's looking for hand passes off, but he'll go the short. He's neat with the short, and he gets Davies at half back. And have a rest, will the big man Hawkins. So Davies will go back. This is where Vermont have got to be tidy. Wilcox has had one turnover before now that didn't cost the goal when he did it, but he's going in the switch. The switch hits the target, so it's nice for now. So Fisher goes a long ball from half back to half forward, but it's all Rowville. They knew where they were going, and it's going to be a ball inside. This can turn into magic if Brolick could roll over it. Now the short pass, does it get on the full? Doesn't matter. Play on is the call, and it's a goal to Taylor. Mav Taylor, he picked it up off the ground. If he took the mark, it didn't matter because he soon played on from 40 and kicked it right through.
That's Rowville style. Look, they just played on, moved the ball. The ball would hardly stop from down half back line there. Great snapshot by Taylor.
And they bit off the kick in the middle, and it paid off.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
They're willing
to... Look, credit goes to Vermont. They switched, but if you switch, you've got to do it quickly, and you've got to have a second and third option. It's no good you switch into a guy who's out there on his own when he's got nothing upfield. Because that second kick after that switch went to a contest.
Yeah.
It's 5 straight kicks now, the margin in favour of Rowville. 64 plays 34, 7.5 minutes gone. Third quarter as Showermakers got it down to McDonald, doing the in and under work to Showermakers, to Stapleton. They're going to get another chance inside 50 here are the Hawks. Cold Cloud, the meat and the sandwich. Taylor just trying to bustle his way through. Pay. His handball is an errand one. Umpire circling and we'll call for this ball. Rowville have really started to lift in this third quarter. They did a little in the second, but the pressure is starting to mount on the Eagles out here at Seabeck Oval as Lockman took it out of ruck in the end against Pay. But Pay wrapped him up almost immediately, and this ball will be thrown back up directly in front of the Rowville goal around 30 metres out. Lockman got a decent run up. He got the tap down only to Johns, though. His handball was a good one. Davies has turned this ball over, though, for Vermont. Stapleton wrapped up by Campbell Barker. This ball will be thrown up. Right half forward flank right in front of us out here at Seabeck Oval. As it's Thiessen taking ruck duties now. Just grabbed it out of ruck in the end. Got it to Tyson Himes, who took the mark. One of the veterans of this Vermont lineup, looking for options backwards and forwards. Forced to go down the line in the direction of Nielsen, who calls mine, but he couldn't grab the mark. Vassis has this on the ground, goes the dangerous inboard kick. Schruck went up against 2 Vermont players, and the 2 of Vermont win out. Kalkowski with this ball gets the short kick inside 50, and the mark taken. Joshua Davies, who's worked his way up the ground as Davies, and he's going back confidently.
Well done, Spencer, in the contest.
That was absolutely brilliant in play from...
Just had to win it.
And he did just that under immense pressure there from Cal Verrill, as you can see on the replay. Kalkowski with the very smart kick in the direction of Davies, who can go back and get Vermont a much-needed response. At the 9-minute mark of this third quarter, trailing by 30 points. Onto the left, it'll fall short. And it's seen out of bounds for a boundary throw-in, so still in a dangerous spot for Rowville as they look to...
Probably a good result for Vermont, that kick.
Yep.
They've got now an option of setting up for this stoppage.
As Nielsen will take this ruck contest up against Nick Showenmakers. Showenmakers Won the hit out eventually, down to Lachlan McDonald, who just rushes it onto the boot, gains some territory, and it's gone out of bounds.
Look, the difference is when the Rowville are so dominant at the stoppages, whether they're centre stoppages or boundary throw-ins, they're clearing, I reckon, about 70% of them.
Yeah, it's where they've beat Vermont purely today, and it's made a difference on the scoreboard.
Schoenmaker's doing some ruck work in the forward line but he lets Thiessen get in front of him. Ground level ball. Brolick couldn't take it with him. Knocked forward, bundled around and just pummeled as he's Verrill, and he's ran through about 5 tackles, and eventually he's going to have to be conceding the free kick because one of them does stick, and it's a holding the ball decision.
He almost got through it.
Well, he was like a battering ram, but he wasn't moving too far. So it's going to be long ball in, misdirected. No one in particular. Nielsen might be on the end of it, but he lets his defender run off him. So long ball by Verrill, kicked out. And Fish, this time it's Dixon in good position. Gets it to his teammate in Davies. Davies over to Himes. Himes hand pass over the top, put Rathjen under a lot of pressure. He gets it over to his teammate in Fitzpatrick. Quick kick goes forward. Vermont just trying to get it going forward. And Rowville hold up just as it gets inside 45, and it's a boundary throw in. So they're just starting to link up haphazardly, but you just feel like they're getting more hands on the ball in the last few minutes, Vermont.
Yeah. But they're not clean possessions, Kev.
Well, they're not allowed to be, which is the good thing by Rowville, and no clear possession. Again, one from the boundary throw in. So Thiessen hands it over. He'll do the ruck duties. He just held the hand of Schoenmakers. No free kick found for the Rowville ruckman, but a ground level ball bounces the way to Duffy. Quick kick out of defence. Goes to centre forward. Who will pick it up? It's a ground level ball. No one can take possession, and Flakemore will be the tackler as he wraps up his opponent in Wilcox. So it's a ball up 50 metres from Rowville's goals. They're just more efficient all today. Lockman tapped down. Will Brolick be the receiver? Has to take on 3 tacklers. Gets it back to Colclough. Brolick has to go into it as it spills out of his possession. And it'll be Brolick handing it over the umpire. Still half forward for Rowville. Now Schoenmakers does the ruck, but he's pushed out of the way by Thiessen. Nielsen in good position. Again, just knocks to the ground as the ball comes up over the top of him. And Rossiter has to be the tackler as Vermont trying to get it going forward. No real deliberate possessions, though, out of every contest. Thiessen, nice work. Calder's there to help. He spills it out to Vassos. Vassos tries to get it on to Leon. Leon couldn't get the possession, and the umpire saw a free kick from outside the possession. He said it was a flying elbow. So that's dangerous. Nearly a yellow card if that's what it is. But it's now Arnott running onto it. His hand pass puts Johns under a heap of pressure. He's cool and calm as he runs out of the pressure, but he kicks it out in the full. So maybe he's not so cool and calm as I thought he was. And it's a turnover ball. And Rowville just holding up nicely.
Had a lot of work to do, those from the handle from Arnott.
As the kick goes to the far side, it'll pay off for Rowville. Ryan Hall now with hands on this footy. Goes the dangerous kick. Davey now up against 3 Vermont opponents, and the 3 of the Eagles win out. Himes looks in the direction of Daniel Nielsen, but he's got 3 to compete with. Rowville nearly take the mark. Vermont might have the numbers on the ground. They do. Rossiter, it now ends in the hands of Tyson Calder. Got the snap on goal. It's bouncing back. That's a brilliant goal from Tyson Calder, and that might spark Vermont.
That was a Shane Warne leg break, that bounce. It was.
Wrong one, because it went
right wrong.
6-4-40 Vermont. Rowville 10-4-64. We've played 14 minutes here in this third quarter on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Had to be quick too. He threw it onto the right boot, knew the pressure was coming, and that's a great finish. And they just haven't had much time and space because of the way Rowville have played, and they've really locked them down. So that's a much needed goal. Got to get 2 in a row though, I think.
Yeah.
So it's Calder and Jenkins are in there. Jenkins does take possession of the ball, but he's wrapped up in a tackle. And it'll be another ball up in centre circle of Seabeck Oval. 4-goal lead to the home side Rowville as they try to hand pass their way out of congestion. Now the quick kick goes forward, bouncing ball. Fisher Rubbed up Flakemore pretty tightly. He was all over them when he was going for the ball, and he didn't let him out of his sight, and eventually Flakemore picked it up, and Fisher was all over him to tackle him to ground. So it's a ball up, half forward, left half forward flank, Rowville's way. They do win the tap again. Ground with the ball being chopped off by Fisher. Fisher takes the mark, quick to play on. Don't know why when they're under that much pressure. He chose it, but again, the free kick goes to Vermont. So that's Barker, who got the free kick up the ground, and the short pass keeps possession in the Eagles. And I do think they need to play a bit of tempo, slow it down, get some control in their game. As the kick by, I think that's Calder, goes long down the ground. Thiessen was there, ground level ball. Jenkins won it. He had a voice on the outside, but the hand pass didn't hit anyone. So Brolick takes a hand pass received. And then the run is on now for Rowville. They go through. This kick might be chopped off by Rossiter in the end. Oh, Wilcox, sorry. Wilcox has a short pass. Now, can Vermont deliberately go forward through Doreo? The push, there was the forward pushed off when the mark was taken. No free kick conceded. And Rowville kick it straight back to Wilcox. He's just standing there saying, thanks for kicking it to me, boys. And now hands it over to his teammate. Puts him under a heap of pressure. Very lucky. Over the shoulder. He leant into it, did
really
Leon.
Yeah, I reckon he ducked in a half of that.
He made the tackle go high, so that was a free kick to Vermont, and the short pass hits the target. And Vermont just guessing their way forward. Jenkins, short pass, finds a teammate. Again, it's found Calder. Had Jenkins running past, didn't take the option, so goes into the corridor. Now it opens up for a shot at goal, maybe. Too far, is it, for Arnott? Arnott looks for options inside 50. The kick was just a prop kick and allowed the defence to position themselves for a good mark.
And then it's just no use to Nielsen putting on top of his head with a defender right behind him.
He just went too late, did Matthew Arnott, as in the meanwhile, Rowville clear their defensive lines temporarily, potentially. Himes did really well to Jenkins. The kick inside 50. Finds a teammate.
It's speculative stuff. They're just trying to probe. But they've got a wall back there at the moment,
Yeah,
Rowville.
they do.
Their defence has been steadfast. Their pressure has been strong, but going to have a shot on goal of the Eagles, and it'll be Campbell Barker. So he'll kick from probably around the 45-metre arc on a 45-degree angle. This would be a very good goal. And it is, I think. The umpire went for a slip.
Hang on.
There's a bit of discussion. And it is a goal.
Yes.
So the margin back down. The margin is back down to 18 points.
Well, it's a great kick too, as you said. He's probably kicking from outside the arc, and that's what, 45 metres, bit of an angle, and down that end of the ground. That's a fantastic finish, and first time they've kicked two consecutive goals since the start of the game, where they kicked the opening two. So that's one box they've ticked off, and they get the next one as well just before three-quarter time. They'll really make it interesting.
Does it feel?
Kudos to the umpire, who didn't take his eyes off it, even though he was on the ground,
The
upside
goal
down.
It feels like Vermont are getting a foot on this. Go run down tackle. Dead from Vermont as the kicker from Rowville, just chopped off. A ground level ball, Kolkowski sharing it around, but they're not sharing it with possession. So turnover ball, Rowville are just happy to get it inside 50 on the bounce. Dixon body lines it, but just allows it just to go slightly out of his possession and out of bounds. So a couple of mistakes, but it's a good pressure by Vermont overall, I think.
Yeah, going back to that tackle, obviously didn't get him, but it caused the turnover themselves anyway with the pressure. I think it was Rathjen, maybe.
Rathjen. He it was one of those ones where he knew from 15 metres away that who was going to get the next possession, and charge down did happen. So it's a boundary throw in as the ball hasn't moved too far around. Half back for Vermont, half forward for Rowville. Schoenmakers against Hawkins. Ground level ball won by Vermont. A kick into open space. The runners are back. The quickest are a couple of Hawks, but late in there with Rathjen. Fitzpatrick. He's been a bit of a live way up forward. Now under a heap of pressure are the Hawks, and trying to take on the tackler was Verrill, and he gets it to the other Verrill. Colclough was in there trying to punch it to his teammate. Jai comes in. Now, can Duffy get it out? Good strength, the little man. Just try to take on the tackle. Got a hand pass out there. Just spooning it forward, Rowville. A series of pressure. Colclough to Colclough. And it's a goal to Jai. If you're waiting to know which one kicked it, it was Jai who was on the end of the hand pass and from 30 metres out. It was just hand pass, goal.
I thought you were stuttering then because you said Cold Cloud or Cold Cloud.
Just making sure he didn't say cold cloth.
But that was just, look, Rowville just wanted the ball in that contest, didn't they? They just pushed the ball forward at all costs.
Yeah, a bit of a surge.
Yeah.
Almost like the Richmond of the old days.
Well, we can't remember that.
Yeah. I can.
No, it was like a tsunami, actually, the way the ball was going forward.
Orange tsunami? Or a brown tsunami in this case. Back up in the middle we go. Hawkins with the tap down.
Again.
Brolick got the handball away. And Stapleton has to go onto his right. It's picked up well by Flakemore. Onto Brock Holclow, whose handball was nearly a hospital pass, but they'll get another one, Rowville. And the Hawks hit back into time on. Their lead back out to 30 points. It might have been...
I think it was Martin. Wood.
Nash Wood it was.
Nash Wood, yep.
A great finish there from Nashua Wood, the winger. And it's 12-4-76 Rowville, 7-4-46
He drove it home, did he?
Yeah. This is what Rowville do to you. You know, you kick a goal and you get another one and you think you're getting back into the game and they put their foot on the accelerator and go bang, bang. Two or three quick goals and they're back into, and they've done it all last season.
It felt like Vermont tried so hard just to get themselves back in the contest.
That's right.
And then
it all started from that midfield stoppage.
Clearance.
They've just been so dominant in the midfield.
Jenkins was tough, got the ball off Hawkins' tap, got it to Davies. Davies kicking the 45's indiscriminate, so it won't go to a Vermont player. Rowville trying to clear it out of defence. Verrill gets bundled over. Davies picks up the ball. His hand pass couldn't get to the runner because it's a huge pack of players that will stop anyone's burst, and it's a ball up now 55 metres from goal.
Gav, we've lost Brash. He said it's turning it off. Game over.
No,
Don't go that early.
He's the really early cry of Brash.
We might have to turn the car around. Let's hope so for the contest purposes.
Well, Brash would be half happy because North Melbourne got up for him.
That's true.
That's true.
Why couldn't they do it earlier in the couple of weeks earlier?
Anyway.
Well, we digress. Hawkins wins his own tap, but his kick smothered. And there's another smother. Let's see if there's three in a row. This time Fitzpatrick clears that area with a kick inside 50. Ground level ball. Has Vermont got any sharking the possession here? No. Nicely done. Verrill quickly kicks out of the defence. And a mark. Well, almost. He had it long enough maybe to claim it, but it will come back to Dixon. So Dixon gets it on the boot, though. Flying at it late is Davies, but in defence. It is McDonald.
Jackson McDonald. It's probably his best game he's played all season for Rowville today.
He's had some clearing kicks. Took a nice mark there. His kick goes down the line, and again, Dixon imposing himself in the last few moments. He's played on too quickly. Now he's standing next to the man on the mark. He hands it off to Fitzpatrick. Loads up from 50. Will it go the journey? Mark just before the goal line, but it is an eagle, and Thiessen has got it.
I like Zach Thiessen in that forward line. He can sometimes clock a big grab there.
Yeah.
And that is no exception.
So he's going for his third, much needed to close the gap to 4 goals. And it feels a bit more even, the contest, except the scoreboard is not reading so well for Vermont. But much needed goal coming up, you'd say, from Thiessen. Point blank range. 10 metres out, puts it through. So Vermont in time on, 23 minutes gone, third term, move on to 8-4-52 with Thiessen third. Rowville, though, lead by 4 goals, 12-4-76.
You're right, Josh. I would rather Thiessen up there in the full forward than Nielsen. You know, I think he's a better option for them in the goal square.
Across the boundary side to Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just an injury concern for Rowville. Lachlan Stapleton just come off the ground there. I believe it might be a shoulder. He's covering the left shoulder there, pretty firmly. So there you go. I'll keep you updated, boys.
Bit of a blow there potentially for Rowville, as it won't matter now because Showmakers has just chucked it on the boot from that centre clearance. Wilcox in the middle of that pack. They get a shot on goal, do the Hawks. Looking in the direction of Wine. Brock Colclough might run onto this. In fact, it's Flakemore.
Flakemore.
And there's the response again from Rowville.
Every time, Ray, we said it again, the quick response.
It just happens. It happens. Every time Vermont look like they're going to get back and get a goal, Rowville will go bang and get another one.
And that all started with Schoenmakers, Gav, the ruck contest and the clearance forward. Yeah. And as you said, what did you call it? The tsunami, a bit of the way they just surge forward, bit of a dangerous footy, which they like, their forwards.
They're deeper inside 50s as well out of the contest, aren't they, Rowville? And that puts the defence under pressure. This time they couldn't cope, as Colclough, this time being Brock, being man on the spot. Kick goes centre forward again. Trailing was Davey in possession, but it might still fall the way of Davey. Hands it off to a running teammate. His kick's been chopped off, and it's in the hands of Leon. He's got more ball in this third term as Leon. His kick does find Kolkoski. He traps it in front of himself, but just couldn't run away with it. And the tackler comes onto him as he's just got a little bit of a limp up, but now he seems fine. 2 goals today for Kolkoski, being a fine contributor as he's moved into the middle in the second half. Ground level ball. Taylor kicks it around the goal. Bouncing ball might suit the Rowville forwards, but reading it well again was Leon. He was scragged, maybe too high, and he'll pick himself up with a free kick in the back pocket. The switch hasn't been that successful all day for Vermont, but this time first onto it is Dixon. Here's Wilcox. He's looking to hit the target with a long ball to a leading option. Good. Well, first there, spoiled late Doreo, mark or free kick. That's got to be a penalty because he wasn't playing on. He was just centering himself in his line, and the man on the mark impeded being Stanthorpe. Kick goes forward. No hit of target for Vermont, so it's going to be a ground level ball struggle, and it'll be a ball up 40 metres out from Vermont's goal. They just don't have clean passes inside 50 today.
No fluency whatsoever inside their attacking 50 and moving it from defence to attack. Can they get a score on the board though? Vass's quick handball finds the hands of Spencer, who was out of bounds before he kicked it. Cross down to Blake Tenner on the boundary.
Yeah, some good news for Rowville fans. Lockie Stapleton coming onto the ground in a couple of minutes' time.
Free kick off the ball.
I think it's going in the direction of Vermont.
Yep.
I'm not 100% sure where this ball...
Stapleton on the ground now, boys.
It's great.
He's changed his mind, has he?
Yeah. I think he has.
No, he's paying
I think he's paid the...
It's going back to the boundary line because that's where the ball was at the time. So that's not really advantage.
Not really. Not really.
Further down the ground, but sideways.
Hawkins with this free kick right in front of the Rowville bench. Deep inside 50, here goes Nielsen out the back. Rowville have the numbers and look to rush it through. They do, Matt Davey.
That decision's not right. If you pay a free kick there, that's where the free kick should be.
Well, the technicality's there, and you just got to live by it. The umpires love abiding by technicalities because you can't argue with it.
We could always ask the 5-time premiership umpire down there on the boundary line.
He was right near it. He was only 2 metres away.
We'll get an update in a minute.
So the kick around the corner was Jenkins at half forward. It didn't go long enough to be dangerous. Vassas picks it up, but he's tackled as he kicks it. So Vermont trying to get inside 50 with Vassas picking it up, and again he's tackled to the ground, but he's trying to pick himself up with the ball.
Boundary.
And the Rowville faithful are getting louder and louder as they know they're strong in the contest. We go. We might just hold on for one more contest as it's a ball up at centre forward. Maybe Vermont can get a score. Ground level ball by McDonald, shares it to his teammate, but he's been wrapped up as the Rowville player. So again, we'll just one more contest. We'll just see if it develops. Hawkins he just rode and then he just stood up and he tried to take it on the ground. But again, it doesn't move forward. We'll have another ball up. Let's go to Blake Tennant just before it opens up again.
Just listening in to Ray's comments there, I was actually focused on Stapleton then, so I couldn't tell what was going on there with the umpiring decision there.
It's a 5-time grand finalist umpire. That's
anyway, it's Hawkins. Free kick out of the ruck contest. The Hawks fans didn't like it. Long ball. No mark can be taken for Vermont as Nielsen rose late. But there is the siren. A very entertaining and a lot of goals in that third term. 5 goals Rowville, 4 goals to Vermont. But at 3/4 time, it's the home side leading this Premier Division game. 13-4, 82 of Rowville, leading Vermont 8-5, 53. We'll just get some scores before we leave for the three-quarter time break. For the host, Rowville, it's Wine with 4, Duffy and Taylor 2 apiece. I'll just do the majors. And for multiple goal kickers, Cole Koski has got 2 and Thiessen has got 3 for Vermont. It's a 29-point margin for Rowville at three-quarter time. Keep tuned to this Sunday special of EFNL.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Tobin Brothers Funerals wear their heart on their sleeve. Their clear and easy-to-use website and Memory Maker app make it easy for families to make an informed decision. Here's James McLeod, Managing Director of Tobin Brothers Funerals.
There's no mystery about our pricing. It is clearly displayed on our website and our app. We have staff standing by 24 hours a day, every day of the year to assist you in your absolute time of need.
Visit tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Eastland Match of the Round, Sunday special out here at Seabeck Oval. And it's the home side, the Hawks of Rowville, that lead 13-4, 82 to Vermont, 8-5 to 53, heading into this final quarter of action in a massive Premier Division contest for both these sides. Josh Wood here alongside Gavin Casey, Ryan Long, Ray Baird and Blake Tennant on the boundary, who will have one of the coaches, potentially Ben Wise, but he'll be a pretty happy man, Ben Wise, heading into this final quarter. Vermont put up a bit of a challenge, Ryan and Gav, and they responded, did the Hawks.
They did every single time, and a couple moments in that third term, it looked like Vermont were just starting to work their way back in the game, but they just couldn't get past that sort of 3 to 4 goal margin, get within that. I think once if they were able to do that, I think this would have been game on. But every time the question's been asked about Rowville, they've been able to answer and respond, and it starts at the midfield work. Sean Makers has been dominant in the ruck. I thought he's been fantastic. Brolick, the likes of Brolick, Martini, some of those players through the midfield, McDonald, they've all played a role and they played it well, and they've their attack on the footy has been really strong, and they've been able to just push the ball forward, create some opportunities. Once the ball's hit the deck, they've been the side that's looked a lot better. So it's hard to sort of make a case of Vermont with the margin. What is it? It's 29 points. It's not unrealistic, but it's going to be tough as we go down to the boundary with Blake Tennant.
Yeah, just got Ben Wise here. Ben, you felt like it was a very good quarter. Do you feel like you won that quarter in that third one?
Yeah, I felt like it. We just didn't get rewarded for effort around the footy. I thought we tackled and our pressure was elite, and we didn't get rewarded with that, which was unfortunate. But at the end of the day, we executed in front of goal.
Definitely your small forwards got around it the most there. Were you pleased about that? Because that's the pressure that you talked about. Were you happy with how your small forwards went?
Yeah, they've been unbelievable. But the thing is, we're not getting rewarded for when we're putting the pressure on, laying the tackles. We just didn't get rewarded for that. So if we start getting rewarded for that, I think we'll spend more time in our forward half.
No worries, Ben. All the best for the game.
Thanks to Blake Tennant, doing a great job on the boundary whispers. 29 points. What do we reckon? Can you make a case of Vermont? They've got to get within 3 goals. And you can start to maybe feel the pressure. The crowd might get involved a bit more, but every time, just Rowville have been able to respond.
Look, the way I analyse it is they've got to kick 5 more goals than Rowville do for the rest of the game. So if Rowville kick 2, they're to kick 7. So that's the way to analyse it.
Yeah, well, I think they can kick 5. It's just I don't think they can keep Rowville goals.
That's it,
so,
that's right.
Yeah, you're right. Probably need 6 or 7.
Don't worry about the 30 points. They're going to kick 5 more goals than Rowville.
I really need the likes of Lucas Vassis, Lachlan Johns in the middle, all those players to really step up. Adrian Kolkovsky, it'll be interesting to see how those go. We'll go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yeah, Wisey was just also talking about how he just wants the ball to be controlled as well. And he feels like the inside mids just need to go a little bit better. He feels like they're just that quarter, they could have gone another level. So there you go, boys.
Gav Casey to get us on the way in this final quarter out here at Seabeck Oval.
Showen Makers versus Thiessen. Brolick again wins a clearance, hands it off to the runner, and here they go for McDonald. Long ball inside 50 for Rowville. Wind, smart play, just had position, went with the fly to the ball, just tapped it down to himself on the run, and finished it off from kicking the goal at the top of the goal square. How easy is that?
That was classic. That was training drill stuff, wasn't it?
It
was
really
training
was.
drill.
And
Knock out to Brolick, to McDonald coming past, to Wind. That's what you do at training. That's what you do at training with the witches' hats.
There was no body contact on anyone from the tap out, and Wind even just strolled in from the top of the goal square for his 5th.
So that makes it now they've got to kick 6 more.
Yeah, it's over.
It's almost over.
And the first goal of the game was under 30 seconds. That was under 20.
Yes.
Wow. Remarkable. Wow. They might
and
go,
they go
quickly.
again. Exactly the same again.
Showmakers to Brolick to McDonald in the direction of Wind. It doesn't fall into his hands this time though. Duffy running on to it. Ducked his way out of trouble to Martini. Handball looking for Matt Davey, who goes a short kick and can't find Jai Colcott.
It was copybook of the first one, wasn't
Pretty
it?
much.
That's right.
Well, we've seen Rowville now 3 times, and they're going to have their 3rd win in a match of the round. And every time we've seen them, I've come away thinking that they're the best in Premier Division. And I know East Ringwood and Baldwin are probably sitting at home and looking at themselves, but I think Rowville's still the team to beat.
Back up
At full strength.
Back up inside 50. Here we go. No problems, Ryan. They certainly are. I agree with you. When they've got the likes of Wine, Flakemore.
Got Cooper McDonald coming back,
I
hopefully.
don't think he won't be back. He's
too
doing well at Collingwood.
He is doing pretty well, but still, if he comes back in, it's a scary lineup for Rowville as they'll get hands on this footy now, although the pressure was good from Fitzpatrick. Dragged it in. It won't be pinged. Will Verrill, who was impressed with in the first quarter, obviously.
Yes, he had a lot of the football.
Showing a bit of class, much like his brother, and the high free kick. They'll be given to Nick Schoenmakers. He's had a terrific game in ruck. Just that big 3 in midfield for Rowville. He's been absolutely dominant. As down the line he goes. Woolcock's got the spoil in and goes out of bounds. We go down to Blake Tennant on the boundary.
Yes, just as well, talk about all the ins coming in. I just want to let you know, Jake Arundel will be coming back to Rowville in the next coming weeks. So that's even another big boost for Rowville.
Old news.
Ball goes out the back. Vassis has he got a runner on his outside as he was tackled. The quick answer is no, as Vermont have been wrapped up. This time it was limping away from it with Spencer. Thiessen's been good, but again, McDonald roves it, gets a quick inside 45 kick. Now it's a 4-4 ball at centre forward for Rowville, and no one clear possession. And the tackle, the umpire let that go a little bit, and Duffy made sure that the tackle stuck on Fisher. And it's another ball up. Here's McDonald. He just knows where the ball's been tapped, and he runs through the middle of the contest.
Gee, that's a gutsy mark.
And the mark that was taken, as we just had a small blip in the microphone there, was taken by Mav Taylor just under the flight of the ball. But again, it's McDonald just running through the middle of a contest like it doesn't, like he's got a highway to work through. And he put it on the boot a lot quicker than last time, and it floated up, but Taylor read it. So it's Taylor looking for his third, and he's had a good second half.
And Josh, I'll back him to kick this in from there if he has a shot.
Oh, he's
so from 45, he'll be kicking. It's a very deliberate approach. This could be one of the first nails in the coffin, and it just goes from right to left. The goal umpire bent, and he bent it in for a goal. So it's now Rowville kicking away their second goal for the fourth term, and now they move on to 15-4-94, a 41-point lead over Vermont, 8-5-53. You've got to stop McDonald. How do you, though?
Well, you've got to stop about 5 or 6 of their best players. It's very hard to do. You're right. You're spot on there, and that's why I still keep going back to Rowville when you come to sides to beat.
10 of their goals today have come from their forwards.
28 goals for the season now for Mav Taylor, taking this game up another level as the premiership player for Rowville, as Fitzpatrick sharked the tap down looking in the Rossiter direction. That's a really good mark.
Yep.
They're ahead of Kane Young. He's outside 45. Ignores the handball option in the end of Lachlan Johns. He's got Matt Arnold calling for it. And he went the kick and turns it over to Matt Davey.
It was just a sea of white, the amount of players for Rowville there in defence.
I think this is Cal Verrill, short chipping ball. Finds Lachlan McDonald. You could argue he's almost best on ground ahead of Brolick, but they've both been absolutely superb of the two superstar Rowville midfielders, as Will Verrill with this ball right in front of us on the left half-back flank. McDonald got his way past one. Kick away, looking in the direction of Showmakers and Davey. Flakemore out the back. It's seen out of bounds.
Ray, the top three, this is a very important win for Rowville because they'll almost be just about ready to lock themselves up for a double chance there.
Look, all the wins.
Create the gap, don't
yesterday, today, and the next 2 weeks, any win for any of those sides, because all the top sides play each other.
Yeah, that's right.
And if you can get out of the 3 games with 1 or 2 wins, that's a big bonus.
Yep.
So the ball just it's gone around the broadcast ring. Will Verrill picks it off, hands it off to his teammate, and another short pass doesn't hit the target. It's been chopped off by Spencer at half back. So he's tried hard all day.
That was Schruck who kicked that one.
Yeah, Schruck just didn't see the options develop in front of him, so it's a turnover ball with Spencer going long. But here's the white wall again, and has been picked off this time by Stainford.
And he's a low-key defender, but he does the job everywhere. He gives away inches usually to the forward, but a very good fullback.
I reckon Cal Verrill's been a star today in the defence. Now the switch will come from right to left, and it goes over the head of McDonald. Not the McDonald we were talking about before in Lachlan. It's Jackson McDonald who does a serviceable job in defence, but it went over his head.
Well, I reckon it's Jackson McDonald's best game for Rowville all season. It is. He's been very good today.
So it's going to be a ball in, half back for Rowville, as they just couldn't get a transition game going there. Wrestle for it, Hawkins. Didn't win the wrestle with his opponent, Lockman. So it's a ground level ball picked off by Vassis. You can hear it in the effects mic. That got smothered off the boot, and it didn't go anywhere, but it'll get back into the umpire's hands. 45 metres out from Vermont's goals. Just the difference of getting out of the congestion is probably the story of today. Here again, Rowville first onto it, but they're not going to get a hand pass clear as the Vermont players, including Davies, make sure of that. So it's again a ball up, half forward. Hawkins front position tap, doesn't hit his teammate. Stapleton's in there to get a quick kick out. Getting under the fly to ball was Flakemore. No push out as Doreo gets onto it, hands it off to Arnott. Arnott just trying to run away from defenders. The hand pass is hot, but it does hit his teammate there in Fisher. And Fisher goes long ball marked by Fitzpatrick, who showed some courage there as it took a little bit long, the floater. Fitzpatrick looking for a pass inside 50. It's just a ball for Nielsen to run at it, but he can't take the mark as he's second into the contest. And it's again Rowville holding up nicely. And they're going to run it out of defence, are they, through Verrill. Will Verrill just gets the ball inside middle, but it's the numbers with Verma. But the tackle was good there as Duffy forces the turnover. Here goes Rowville. Man on the end of it is Flakemore. And I think that was Mav Taylor in the open there who got it to him. And it's just that physicality around the contest that's just willed Rowville forward on many encounters, and Flakemore just to the advantage, just knew if he stayed open, it'll get to him, and he took the mark 30 metres out. So that's the pressure on Vermont is now starting to pay in terms of goals on the board for Rowville. That's a hooked kick, and left side it stays. Minor score for Rowville. They've kicked straight today though, 15-5-95, leading Vermont 8-5, 53, a 7-goal lead, 8.5 minutes into this final term.
So it'll be Durayo with this kick in for the Eagles. Eye starting to the far side, just decides to go straight through the spine, and Nielsen, probably with his first pack mark of the day, the former Kangaroo. And they're going the direct route of Vermont in the direction of Fitzpatrick. Hawkins doing the groundwork. But instead it's Rowville who rove it, and that was Calverl, wrapped up by 2 Vermont opponents, and we'll get this ball thrown up. So quickly into attack of Vermont after conceding the last behind, as this ball was sharked in the end by Vermont, and Rowville able to clear their defensive lines. Nashwood under plenty of pressure. Davies, he was taken high in the end by Braden LaPlanche.
Who was it?
LaPlanche. Nearly walked into, or did walk into that one as Davies goes short to Adrian Kalkowski, who can go back.
Have your fun, Gav. You'll be missing for the next 5 weeks.
Yeah, but some people get dropped, some people rest.
As here comes Kalkowski on a tight angle from around 35 metres out. He'll be kicking.
Good kick.
And it's a really good kick from Kalkowski. Gets his third of the contest, his first since the second quarter. And Vermont have a goal on the board in this final quarter. 9-5-59. Plays Rowville 15-5, 95, 10.5 minutes gone in this last term on the Bendigo Bank scoreboard.
Yeah, 10.5 minutes to get their first goal. You know, that's
yeah.
Not the last quarter they wanted, Vermont.
No, it isn't. But I thought Kalkowski's had a reasonable day. He finishes with, or if the game,
with 3 goals at
still,
the moment. He's done a job.
I don't mind him playing in midfield as well.
Yeah.
Getting some midfield
Yeah,
minutes.
I do too.
Ross had a nice little tap onto advantage at centre forward. Can Vermont run it into a goal? They get tackled as they have been often today. Still they endeavour across half forward. The kick across ground by Leon found his teammate in Thiessen. Thiessen just props it up. Nielsen comes in late, so does Rossiter, but they don't get their hands to it. The defence again holding up nicely. LaPlanche clearing kick. But it's at half forward where Dixon just hand passed to where he thought his runner wasn't really there. It's a heap of pressure on Vermont on outer wing. Dixon has to go in again and just punch it over as they look a bit lost here at Seabeck Oval.
It was a good hand pass. It hit his target, the shadow, which was following him about 3 metres behind him.
Oh, he's like, sorry, did I miss something?
He's giving it a bit of Peter Pan.
Yeah, that's right. There we go. Another stoppage to Rowville. They're just so brilliant, dominant.
And Cole Clowes to Cole Clow again. I'm starting to repeat myself, but this time it doesn't end in a goal. It didn't end in a mark to Jai. So Vermont get to run it out. Fisher's on the end of a chain of a hand pass. His dribbler was quite nice to Leon, but he didn't know he was going to get it, so he effectively hand passes it to Jai again. Cole Clow gets it into the forward line. Wind running onto it. He finally picks it up, but he's looking like a loping giraffe in the pocket. And he's dragged to the ground late as he ran himself out of bounds.
To the ground.
Yeah, I think he's had a good day, and he's getting a bit tired, is Wind. But he's kicked 5. So good day for the Rowville Spearhead. It's in the forward pocket, just in front of the scoreboard. Pretty reading for the Hawks as they lead by 6 goals. Clearing kick out, Rossiter marks at half-back.
They'll look to potentially bite off the inboard ball. It does that now. So I think that was Adrian Kalkowski. It isn't. Vermont played on immediately. Lachlan Dixon has this on the right half-back flank. The former Norwood man coming across to Vermont this season. Tried to dance his way out of trouble. He nearly got into trouble, but his kick wasn't all too great. 4 Rowville players surrounding it. Stapleton, one of them, inside 50 in the direction of Flakemore.
That was a brilliant kick. He knew Flakemore was going back, and he just weighted it over the defender.
It's equal.
You just have a look at this. Look at this.
It's equally a brilliant mark,
Look
too.
at that. That is a perfect kick.
Smart play from Curtis Flakemore to take the diving mark.
Yeah, Will Cox was just caught out of position there.
It was almost like an outfield catch in cricket there from Curtis Flakemore.
No, after yesterday, I'm not allowed to mention cricket. Lee Green had a go at me because we did the ladies' game at Warrandyte. No more cricket stuff, Josh.
Straight in with the cricket reference.
It's 45-degree angle. 40 metres out for Flakemore is the task.
Ooh.
And he fails to deliver a minor score. 15-6-96 Rowville on 9-5-59. 14 minutes gone, final quarter.
Ray's lost it.
I think we all have as well.
So Arnott will do the kicking and duties for Vermont. Looking at his options, just long and wide it is. Hawkins in good position, got underneath it, so the opposite number, Schoenmakers, takes it with big, long arms, standing tall. Judged it nicely in the air. His kick goes out wide, and it's another mark. So Rowville, will this be a shot at goal or a pass inboard for Stapleton? He's such a nice kick on the left foot. He puts it into the hot spot. Wine gets underneath it. Now the ground level ball, I think that's Lockman picks it up like a rover. There's the big ruckman, and he pulls it back from 20 metres out. That's graceful from the big man. And Lockman gets on, and it's party time for Rowville at home, as if the ruckman's roving and kicking goals, you know you're going okay.
He's a left footer, and he's kicked that with his right foot.
So that's he's had a good game. Yeah. He looked pretty when he jumped over the opponent in the ruck, and that was a glorious effort as well.
He's an enormous left foot kicker, and that was kicked with his right foot under pressure.
16-6-102. Rowville cracked the ton. Talking of cricket, raise the bat as they lead Vermont 9-5-59.
I know Kate Green's listening. It's not fair, Kate. They're always picking on me.
Shoal makes the tap down. It's out back now to Verrill, to Colclough. Looping ball over the top finds Nashwood, who can run and go inside 50 in the direction of Lockie Wind. Out the back. He might take the juggling mark. He doesn't in the end.
Give it to him for effort.
Yeah.
100%. That was...
second and third grab, and it only bounced out when his hand hit the ground.
Terrific effort there from Lachlan Wine, dominant all day as Lockman got the tap down, applied the tackle alongside Jai Colclough.
If it was a slips catch, we would have gone to the third umpire.
We'd have to rewind the tape, will we?
As there goes Lockman again on the right.
The right foot.
Oh, touch off the boot.
There we go.
It's just touched. It is touch off the boot.
Deja vu.
That'll be a leg.
Maybe he might just say it again, Ryan.
Deja vu.
Okay. As Vermont try to clear it, and Kolkowski's got a few to beat, and he won't. Here's the goes again. Brockman linking up with runners. Now the spearing ball. Vermont got some numbers back, but it's Colclough picking it up on the run, but he can't beat any tackler. So Brock will have to pick himself up and hand it to the umpire 30 metres out from Rowville's goal. 103 plays 59. This is comprehensive, this win. Might be imposing victory, this one. And in the ruck contest, there's a shepherding out decision. So it's going to be a shot at goal for Lockman again.
Now I spoke about his left foot kick. You watch, if he gets onto this, he kicks the ball a mile. If he gets onto it.
Well, he does. He only has to kick it 30, so he's got about 1,570 metres up his sleeve here.
He'll put it into the car park, Josh.
No, he is a prodigious kick. You watch.
Let's see if it gets to the mountains. So Brockman. I'm thinking of The Simpsons at the moment.
Ken Brockman.
Yes, Lockman kicks the goal. He delivers. Lockman gets it. 17 goals, 7, 109. And Vermont is stagnant on 9-5, 59. So Lockman's kicked 2 in a matter of minutes, and it is really impressive stuff by the big man.
It certainly is, and we don't have a voucher to give out for best on ground today, but the votes will be quite difficult to fit everyone into the 3 votes. There's a lot of performers on this Rowville side who have played a really strong game. They've all played their role.
Hasn't been a single passenger indeed. That's 5 players who have kicked 2 or more goals today as well for Rowville. Just absolute dominance. They've cracked the 100 once again as Schoenmakers got it down to McDonald, to Brolick. It really is a training drill at the moment for Rowville. Davey can set self for home and misses to the right.
I don't want to be too harsh because it is the last quarter and it looks like Vermont have pretty much thrown the towel in. But I mean, that's just so easy out of the midfield, and they've done that a few times today.
But if they've thrown the towel in, that's disappointing for the coach because they've got to, particularly in the midfield, they've got to just try and stop that midfield surge.
Arnott, kick out, long ball, hopeful of a big man, being Hawkins underneath it, but it's another big man. It's from Rowville who take the mark. Again, McDonald on the end of the hand pass receive. Gets the long ball in. Wine can't take the mark, but at ground level, Duffy's in there and dangerous. And the ball just spills out off boots, and Vermont are just happy to see it go over the line for a minor score. And Rowville score again, but it's a minor score, 17-9, 1-11. Rowville lead as we approach time on in the final quarter. 17-9, 1-11, leading Vermont 9-5, 59.
Yes, Jenkins got the kick in, handballed it immediately to Cooper Leon. Had a pretty decent second half as Leon, as I say that, he turns it over to LaPlanche, who can go short. Again, been really solid in defence and was solid early on when Vermont were right in this contest. He goes out wide and turns it over. So kick to kick the last couple of minutes. And it's kick to kick once again. Brolick, the quick handball to Stapleton, to McDonald. Downfield advantage could be paid. The mark's taken inside forward 45.
It was advantage, yeah.
And it's Jai Coldcloud who can go back and kick his second goal of this contest. Arnott just coming in with a late bump there on Lachlan Stapleton. And Jai Coldcloud can go back and kick his second goal, which he does. And that is now a dominant second half from Rowville. They've kicked 10 goals in the second half. They've kicked 18 for the match, 18-9, 117 to Vermont, 9-5, 59. It's blown out to a 58-point margin.
And the ramifications for Vermont is that this is going to blow their percentage. At the end of the season, it might be what counts.
Well, that's right, because South Croydon and Blackburn, Vermont, it's all very close on who's going to finish in those last two spots of the 5. So Blackburn's percentage very healthy.
Yep.
South Croydon's probably a little bit better now too after Vermont's loss today.
Yep.
Back in the middle, 2-14s go at it. Schoenmakers wins the tap, knocks it again forward. And here they go, McDonald. He barges through one tackle from 50 metres, lines it up, and he misses to the right. That was excitement. Valve was getting big then. And it's a minor score, 18-10, 118 Rowville, Vermont 9-5, 59. I reckon that would have been goal of the day.
Yeah, well, there's been a few. There's
been a few contenders.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And again, just being able to walk out of that midfield just with so much ease.
And they might have turned it over here, the Eagles. It's Rowville now with hands on this ball. Flakemore, the handball away, turned over by Dixon, who's fought a lone fight in this final quarter, you could argue. And Vassis is wrapped up by 2 Rowville players. They're just running on top of the ground, are the Hawks. Eagles aren't. We're into time on in this last quarter. Rowville 118 to Vermont 59. They've doubled their score. Have the Hawks as the toe poke from Lachlan Jenkins will fall into the hands of Rowville. Verrill did the don't argue. Goes to the right half forward flank. Intercept nearly taken by Dixon, who'll get this ball back from Tyson Himes. Handball away, looking for Fitzpatrick. No, in fact, that was Spencer. Turns it over. Coldcloud of the Brock variety. Handball away, looking for Matt Davey. Can't. Has to become the tackler. And Vermont managed to get it out of the stoppage. Nielsen, flying shot on goal. It might go through. It has! Jeez, that's a good goal there from Daniel Nielsen.
That'd be a contender too.
That'd be a contender
that
for
would
sure.
definitely be. And it's Nielsen's second, both of which coming in the second half. Probably from
It was
55,
from the centre. It was from the centre square.
which I'd say is around 55 metres out. From there, it's a pretty decent effort.
And it was basically a one step because he was spun around to kick it.
Maybe the Rowville player might have just given him a bit of momentum there.
Probably, yeah. Centripetal force.
So it's just a little consolation, really, because here go Rowville again. That man, McDonald, picks it up, kicks it inside 50, but in possession. I think that's Dixon taking the mark in defence. Short pass, Wilcox. He can't move forward with it, so he has to go behind the mark. And what about the energy of Taylor and the mark late in this game? They're excited for goals, and they'll get goals if they be kicked back to. Martini didn't even bother going back on his mark, so he kicked into the man on the mark. So it's a turnover ball. Spencer's got it in the middle. He turns onto his left when he could have gone onto his right. He just misses Thiessen as he's running with the flight of it. Nielsen looks like a lumbering man as he chases the defender, and I don't want to be impolite, so I'll stop there. And the kick is with Rowville trying to get out of defence. Himes in there battling. Now it's with Rowville. What can they turn this into? Ball in the middle. Taylor goes the tackle. Ground level ball where Martini picks it up. Now he's got some open play to kick it long, and it's all Rowville. And how does Jai Colclough get on his own, and so much on his own, he kicks it over the top to Wine. Wine gives it to McDonald, and it's a celebration that McDonald deserved the goal, and Colclough all on his own, had a paddock. Wine's man went forward to try to go at him over the top, and McDonald deserved the goal in the end.
Look, you don't want to be harsh, but that is embarrassing for Vermont Footy Club. The way that Rowville have got that goal. There's no one within 50 metres.
Ray, this entire last quarter has been really poor from Vermont. I know the game's over and they can't win it, obviously.
Look, you've got to have a feeling for Adam Parker too.
Yeah.
You know.
6 goals to 2 in this final quarter.
Sorry, Josh. One player that's also we probably haven't spoken about as much is Martini, who's been really impressive too. Set that goal up from the midfield.
The Showmakers, the tap down. It's Vermont the clearance though. Davies inside 50 in the direction of Daniel Nielsen. 2 bites at the cherry. It's Lepanchi with the pickup though. Trying to bustle his way through as Ryan Fitzpatrick couldn't. Nielsen does. Got a handball to Kalkowski and it's seen out of bounds for a boundary throw in. I like this ball thrown back into play. Deep inside Vermont's attacking half. 25 minutes played in the last. Hawks lead 124 to 65, so this is a fairly handy percentage booster. And they'll move a game behind East Ringwood and Bowen on the top half of the Premier Division table. That's Lepanchi. They get it cleared to Rowville. Davey was under pressure. Tried to find Stapleton and couldn't. They'll get a shot on goal. Or kick inside 50 and Decent's out the back. And he's been a shining light for Vermont, I reckon, today up forward. Zach Thiessen. That's his third. Or fourth, I should say.
That's his fourth.
That's his fourth. Been absolutely impressive as Thiessen.
Yeah, and his form, as we said, in the last month or so has been really solid. He's been a big contributor up forward. So to finish with 4 goals, he'll be pretty happy with that. And unfortunately for their side, they haven't had as many contributors.
No.
I reckon he should be Vermont's full forward going forward. Maybe
Exactly. I think, as I said earlier, I prefer him in the goal square than Nielsen.
Maybe Nielsen as that centre-half forward for Vermont now.
Again,
Martini.
It's now Martini looking like McDonald as he bursts through the middle. Kick on the bounce. Taylor. Now another runner into... Again, long ball. That's a great goal. Matty Davey was on the end of it. I let you call it, but you didn't want to go on with it as Davey just loads up from 55, and it's a brilliant goal. Long bomb, straight as an arrow, and that is a great goal for Rowville. They got every answer to every goal that Vermont put at them.
Is that the 7th goal of the quarter?
That is. They've kicked 7 goals, 6 this quarter.
13 scoring shots.
They've advanced to 20, 10, 1, 30. And even Vermont kicked 3 goals.
I've got 8 goals for the quarter.
No, they won 13 at 3/4 time.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Well, you're creating some magic of your own.
He's about to predict the next one.
Yeah. Maybe it's going in the direction of Vermont the next goal. He's weaving his way out of trouble was Campbell Barker.
Josh, I'll ask you this. You were there yesterday at East Ringwood. Out of the 4 Premier Division sides we've seen this weekend, who's impressed you the most?
Oh, Rowville.
Yep.
Rowville by a mile. They've just, unlike East Ringwood yesterday, they were really good. They've taken advantage of their opportunities of Rowville inside their forward 50. And the first 3 quarters, they kicked 13 goals forwards. They just continue to chip it around here. The Hawks looking to slow the tempo down. They have been super impressive.
And it's been one of those games, Ray, where even when the margin was 4 goals, you still felt it was a very comfortable 4 goals. You never felt like they were ever really in danger.
You're dead right. And to be honest, the only time that you would thought that Vermont were a chance was 10 minutes into the game where they kicked the first 2 goals. Apart from that, realistically, Rowville have controlled the game.
But it has been somewhat entertaining. I think
there's
it's been entertaining.
there's been some good goals got by Vermont, on the return, but it's just not enough and not often enough.
It's one step forward, two steps back. They just two in reply.
Well, it's been very marked how perfectly Rowville can be out of the centre. And this time they're working from a stoppage play boundary side to get some open play again. Rollick's on the end of it at centre forward. It's got a short pass that hits the target. No pressure, and Taylor has marked it 40 out. And he's even wanting to share it out and look for options further the field. But from 45, he's just going to have a shot at goal.
That's right. And he just had so much time and space, not a single opposition player around him. And that's been the tale of this final quarter.
You'll probably end up doing it on the siren too. It's got to go soon.
So we're ticking towards 29-minute mark. But it's been a 10-goal quarter, so we might have some length in this quarter. Can it be the 11th goal for the term? The 8th for Rowville. It's hooking, and it's missing to the left. Taylor can't add to the 20 goals for Rowville. 20-11, 131. They lead by 60. 10 goals. 11-5, 60-71 is Vermont. And it's been a sorry last quarter. 7 goals to 3.
As the kick in finds the hands of Zach Thiessen. They move this ball nicely until they hit true centre wing Vermont. Ball wrapped up. I was about to put my brash hat on, but there goes the siren.
I'd already I went a little early, but there it was.
But that is all she wrote out here at Seabeck Oval. A big statement from Rowville. 2011, 131. Knocking off an informed Vermont. 11-5, 71 out here at Seabeck Oval. The goal kickers, 2 to Jai Cole Cloud, 5 to Lachlan Wind, 1 to Curtis Flakemore, Lachlan McDonald and Brock Colcloud, 2 as well to Jonty Duffy, 3 to Mav Taylor and 2 to Tom Lockman, along with singles as well for Matt Davey, Jackson McDonald and Nash Wood for Vermont. They were led by Zach Thiessen with 4 goals, Adrian Kalkowski with 3, Tyson Calder with 1, 2 to Daniel Nielsen as well, and a single goal for Campbell Barker. But Rowville stamping their premiership credentials out here today, fellas.
Yeah, absolutely, and the sides would have had a good look at today, obviously the standalone game, and really recognise the strength of this Rowville midfield in particular, which was just fantastic right from the start, and they never dropped off. And we've got Blake Tennant down at ground level, who has McDonald and Brolick.
He's got two of them.
Yes, just down here with Anthony Brolick and Lockie McDonald. I'll start with you, Anthony. Really, really big performance today. I think it was about 7 or 8 goals in that last quarter. How do you think of that performance? I've heard you saying it was a 4-quarter performance. Do you reckon it was a 4th-quarter performance?
Yeah, I'd say that. We've been saying it all year that we need to put together a 4-quarter performance, and it's good that it came against a quality opposition today.
Talk about your season, how it's gone, sitting third on the ladder, game behind East Ringwood. Talk about how it's going, mate, because it feels like it's thriving really well for you guys. Reigning premiers, of course. How you seen your progress so far?
We started the year off probably a bit slow, but recently we've picked up. And it just comes to the boys just coming to training early, working on their craft, and it's really shown the last couple of weeks, which is very promising.
And Lockie, another great game for you. Just a little goal down the end there to get on the scoreboard. I know you love doing that. Talk about how you've gone as well for your season, having a very good season up to date.
Yeah, I think I occurred over for that goal, but back in the midfield this year, so just been working hard, and I think as a midfield group we've been going super, so it's easy to get on a couple when the big boys like Brol get inside and give it to you. So yeah, for a team wise, we're sort of hitting our straps now, which is nice, looking to go forward.
Your small forwards definitely put the pressure on early days. Is that something you've also trying to be working on as well? We saw you guys against East Doncaster a couple of weeks ago. Is that something you're trying to build as well, getting your smalls involved in the game?
Yeah, for sure. We sort of build our game on pressure. We've got little Jizza, the Tit Rat, we've got John Duffy down there. And they're aggressive boys and tackle hard, and we love them for down there. And we're just trying to keep turnovers in the forward half. I think we did that.
A lot of interesting nicknames in that forward line. I'll let you enjoy the song and enjoy the rest of the year, boys.
Thank you there to Blake Tennant with two of the superstars of the Rowville lineup, Anthony Brolick and Lachlan McDonald. And
we also got a good look at that jumper as well with the two boys being interviewed on Facebook and YouTube there. Looks like Blake might be going down to sing the song with him, following closely behind.
Has he got any voice left for that?
He's on last legs with his voice at the moment. He's just getting through the weekend, Blake. He's done a great job down there on the boundary. And a great effort from the Rowville Football Club, stamping their authority on this Premier Division. And great to see the jumper as well.
Still got plenty of dash. Does Blake Tennant as a retired player and a five-time umpire grand finalist as Rowville go into the rooms. And a big day for the Hawks. I think all three of their sides got up today, the under-19s, the reserves and the seniors. And you'll probably be able to hear the Rowville boys entering into the room. Song presented to you thanks to Tobin Brothers Funeral, saving lives. There's just about Rowville boys look set to just about to sing the song, and I'm sure they'll sing it with gusto after terrific victory over Vermont. Sing it with gusto there, and I'm sure, and I don't know if you could hear in the Facebook stream, they did mention the fact that they actually got 3 wins, the Hawks, today, so it'd be happy times down here at Seabeck Oval for Hawks fans, and a terrific performance from the senior side to stamp their authority, and, well, move, I think, 2 games clear into 3rd spot of Blackburn, South Croydon and Vermont. As they do move 2 games clear, plus percentage now ahead of Blackburn as well, so... And Vermont, they're 5th, only 5% now ahead of South Croydon in 5th spot. So they were 116%, I think, at the start of the day, but now they're 105% of Vermont. So certainly a lot to like about the Hawks today. And do we want to do our best on ground? Do we want to go 3-2-1 or just give our thoughts on who best on ground
Yeah, we can do 1-2-3, Josh.
We'll go to our boundary line.
What's that?
I think you wanted 3-2-1.
No, 1-2-3.
1-2-3. We'll start with one.
1.
Blake Tennant, we'll go to you first.
Yes. Yeah, got me now?
Yeah, we've got you.
We've got you, Whispers.
I'm going to go, I reckon, looking at this now, I think I'm going to go, I thought Lockie Wine with his 4 goals, I thought he was pretty good, deserving of the one. Kind of set up the game for Rowville. 2 votes I'm going to go is Lockie McDonald. Thought he was terrific in the midfield, really strong performance there. And I think it's hard to rule out the big fellow and Anthony Brolick with the 3 votes for me, boys.
Right, Ed?
Well, mine are exactly the same as Blake's. And I put Lockie Wind in because he was very instrumental when the game was started off there, and his presence set them on the way. But also, look, there were so many good players in this
Cole Clow.
You know, and the midfield was so dominant. But then you got shower makers and Lockman who were giving them the ball. But no, I go with Blake. You know,
I'm with you.
Lockie McDonald.
Yeah, that's my 1-2-3 as well. I'll
throw a sorry, boys, as well. Just their small forwards were just terrific today. They're full of pressure. Like we've obviously covered a lot of Rowville games lately, but I haven't really seen the full pressure. And today, when I saw it, it was unbelievable. It's top-notch Premier footy for you.
It certainly is. Gav Casey, your 3-2-1.
Oh, I'm just going to agree. But one mention for Vermont. I think Thiessen was an honourable mention. I thought he tried hard. I mean, he's not a ruckman in his height. He shouldn't be doing it. But he was, because he's battling against some great players in Lockman and show and makers, but he went around the ground and he just tried to impose himself. So I just want to give him a special mention, because in a dark day for Vermont today, I thought he tried hard. Maybe a few others can get a mention, but I just thought I'd just give him a mention, because we're going to talk Rowville all over, because we could name 8 players who had a very good game, but the 3 that we've all named, they were just exceptional.
Yeah, I thought so. I'm going to give 3 to Lachlan McDonald, though. Like, he just... Brolick obviously did it more on the inside, but McDonald just that outside run, and he did it for pretty much the entire 4 quarters and was absolutely superb. But I think it's best on ground for Anthony Brolick, and he's certainly a contender for the Chandler Medal this year. But yeah, I agree about Zach Thiessen. I thought he was really good up in that forward line, Blake.
And just so you touched on that, Josh, with the 3 wins, they also went up to me and said that's 3 radio wins, mate.
That's
so
right.
I think they're flying at the moment. They really do like the radio games.
I was about to say.
They've saved they're probably 3 best performances for us every time we've come out. And that's why I always walk away with the impression that they're the side to beat, because they've been so impressive when we've watched them this year.
This is their most complete performance, I reckon.
It is, but also you think about it, I know this wouldn't change the result of the game, but no James Ross out there.
Yeah,
I don't know
that
if
hurts.
that does hurt. We'd love to see that matchup of Ross and Wind again. I'm sure that would be really good to see. They've always gone at each other, so I don't know. It wouldn't, to me, it wouldn't change the result even if Ross was in that team.
No, I'm with you. It would have been a great matchup, and he had a massive game last week against Charlie Haley. Obviously, it would have been a very interesting battle between the two, but Rowville they had winners all over the ground, so very impressive, the Hawks, Ray.
Yeah, look, what I think Rowville did today, that they've made a statement today to the whole community of the Eastern Football League, because the last few weeks, people have been talking about East Ringwood and Baldwin.
Yeah, I agree.
And Rowville, they forget that they're the reigning premiers, and what we saw today is what they can do. And I'm the first to admit they haven't produced that football until today for this season. I've said to you, Ryan, and I've said on there, up till now they've been the 3rd best side in the competition. But now I think they're up there with the other 2 after today.
So they've certainly got a big test next weekend out at Baldwin Park against Baldwin.
And then I think they've got East Ringwood after that, and then Blackburn. But all the Premier teams play each other, the top teams anyway.
We're so glad that we've got to 2 games, home and away, finally. We have, the proper comp with 10 teams. It's an elite competition.
Well, yeah, I mean, we spoke yesterday with Brenton Sanderson. Hadn't played East Ringwood at East Ringwood, obviously not playing there last year. So, to have that 9 and 9, 10,
I thought I might say this question to all you. Do you feel like it is kind of we're gathering like a 3-horse race, or can we see maybe a Blackburn or Vermont challenging?
No, I don't think Vermont or Blackburn can win it this year. I think they can make a run come finals time, same with South Croydon, but I don't think they can go all the way and win a flag. I think it's down to the top 3 if you want to look at serious premiership contenders right now.
You've got to finish in the top 3 to get the double chance.
Yeah, definitely.
Particularly when the competition's so even.
Exactly, and it's as even as it ever has been. We keep saying it all every year about Premier Division, but this year it really is as even with the split fixture, each side playing each other twice, unlike the last 2 or 3 seasons where there's been 11 or 12 teams in the competition. It's great to see Premier Division footy back at its best.
You know what I like about it, and it hasn't happened a lot in EFL history, is that the third side, the preliminary final is going to be crucial, because there's going to be no favourite maybe grand final day. Whoever qualifies for grand final, no matter how they do it, are a good chance that it's a talented top end. So, and I just think on the day, you can position yourself, and whoever times their run perfectly, I think there's not much between them.
And let's not forget, what's going to be a big part is the VFL players that are available.
Yeah.
Now, I think East Ringwood are going to be punished with that, because their players haven't played enough for East Ringwood.
Yeah.
And the guys like Lockie Wine have played 5, 6 games, whatever you have to at the local level to qualify.
But they will qualify them.
No, but the East Ringwood guys won't, because they've only played 2.
I spoke to Sam Lowson, and he reckons he's got one more game left in him, and you've got to play 3 games. So.
But you have to play, I think, less than 14
VFL
games.
Exactly
I don't think he'll play. I think he could.
I
think he could, but if he does have an injury, maybe.
Is it unfair that they don't get qualified, on the player or the club?
I don't know.
Not that they should bend the rules, but should they be trying to get their best players ready? Like, we've seen permit players come back for grand finals and be best on ground at all levels.
It is difficult, and I feel for the clubs who do have a lot of them. Beaconsfield is the big one in Div 1 where a lot of those players just won't play finals, and it almost rules them out of winning the flag. Exactly. When if they had everyone available, those VFL players come finals time, you could see a potential finals run. So, it's It's a good question.
It is a great question. We'll probably save it for the weekend forecast and the next weekend recovery.
Yes, I'd love to chat, but
I just want to say our man Ray's a very happy man. Rowville got up and his Swans are up by 30 points as we speak over the Saints. So happy day for Ray.
Mate, that's not very good. Only 30 points against.
I'm with you, Ray.
They're a boring side to watch.
Hashtag do better.
Well, that'll just about do us for what has been an entertaining weekend of action in the Premier Division and for the 2 Eastland match of the round out here as well at Seabeck Oval, as well as yesterday out at East Ringwood Reserve for the top of the table Premier Division clash. Blake Tennant doing both games on the boundary as well.
Yes, probably why I've lost my voice actually. Good weekend away. I'm about to watch the Money in the Bank after this when I get home.
What's that?
It's the wrestling, WWE. So I'll be watching.
No wrestling.
I'll be watching that.
Matt Spider-Lee on pre-game for both those games, and special comments as well for the East Ringwood v Baldwin game. Doing a terrific job as always, Spider, and doing the Friday podcast as always too.
Yeah, no, great day of footy.
Absolutely.
Great to have you on board, Spider.
It's great to
do it, Ray.
It is great to have you on board. Ryan Long and Ray Baird doing all podcasts and doing all match of the rounds with the women's on Saturday morning and then the 2 men's match of the rounds this weekend. I'm sure you'll get a well-earned rest this Sunday afternoon or evening.
We've been blessed because we've seen 3 great games of football, haven't we? The women's game was absolutely outstanding, and so was these 2 games as well.
Absolutely. A great weekend of footy in the eastern suburbs of Melbourne. And Gav Casey, it was great calling alongside you. Great to have you back in the calling chair as well.
I enjoyed commentating with you, and I'm glad that the league felt that they should fixture a game for me to come.
That's the only reason.
So I thank them for that, and I was really impressed with Rowville just to close, actually.
Yeah. It was great to have you, Gab, but unfortunately, as soon as BWS and Brash heard you were coming, they're not here.
and they opted to get
There
sick
might have
as
been
well.
an accident outside on Stud Road where someone didn't turn up. Who knows?
Great to have you on board, Gav, any time, mate.
And we wish Brash all the best alongside Brett Beston as well. We hope they come back sometime soon. But we wish them a speedy recovery, and of course Lee and Megan Green doing a superb job doing the audio and the camera work. Megan Green, the best camera woman in the business doing all the matches as well. But that will do us for a massive weekend of Premier Division action, a massive weekend of action for the Eastland match of the round. Rowville winners 131-71 out here at Seabeck Oval.